education, this education has to be available for people from different countries, for people from all over the world who cannot access such education. So quality education should be accessible, it should be feasible, and it should be relevant enough to know what you are teaching and to know what your skills might rely on. And then it should be free of discrimination, okay? Discrimination, as in we genuinely see there is a lot of racism in the world, there is a lot of classism in the world, but this education, when we are talking about the educational front, we want the educational front to be free of all its biases. We want it to be free of racism, we want it to be free of discrimination, we want to be free of any other kind of discrimination that is happening in the world as of right now. And then we want universal literacy. We don't want a discrimination among the literary participant, as in you go your way, I go your way. The shift that we see between the education in the West and the education in the East is a lot more different. And obviously there is culture that enhances these things, but apart from the culture, education itself should be accessible. It should be you should be able to get education in all a part of the world, and then education for sustainable development, as we are here for today, and then build and upgrade inclusive in a sense that can you please turn off your mic? Okay, inclusive in a sense that it should include everybody, okay? So there should not be biases, and there should not be, for example, if someone is a disabled child, okay, he should not feel left out, as in Pakistan. I will not specifically call a country, but there are certain rules. If you are a disabled person, you cannot access quality education, and that rule has been persisting in many countries. So this divide between quality education should not exist if we are talking about a feasible and accessible education for all. And then it should expand to higher education, that we will talk about right now, because my presentation specifically deals with the higher education, the blending tool that we can use in higher education level. And then it should increase your quality of life. Okay, so before we begin, we want to learn what actually is blended learning. Okay, what is a blended learning model? We have a lot of model in language teaching, in teaching in journal, in educational forum. We have a lot of models, but what does blended learning means? As I told you in the introduction, the concept of blending learning is actually not recent. Okay, although we don't quite know how to enhance this in our regular classroom, but this kind of learning has always been persisted as long as technology has come to the educational forum. So when technology originated, we are talking about the 1960s, when new technology was there. It was brought into education, and then we have this kind of mix between traditional method, where they were using technological things into the traditional teachings. That was the first time when blended learning came into being. So blended learning was basically when technology was brought into education, and then the educational people, the people in that power, they thought that we should combine these two for an enhanced learning method. As we see right now, education is a very vast field. Education is a very vast field, and so is technology. As we have right now AI. Okay, so AI is actually there. It is already established. It has come to the educational forum. It has come to the educational forum, but it is not actually that much enhanced as a tool for teaching. It has not enhanced as a tool for learning. We don't quite know how to challenge how to navigate through AI. So the concept of blended learning is actually completely enhancing the face-to-face teaching approach in higher education and other contexts in lower education as well. We kind of mix this face-to-face teaching with technological teaching. So blended learning may be defined as, according to this research by Kierdas and Roy, in 2018, what they said is blending learning may be defined as a design for learning experience and draw a combination of face-to-face, distant or online delivery. Online as in what we are doing right now, distance because all of us belong to different part of the world, but we are still here, we are still learning. So together we are learning, and this is the form of blended learning, because I saw in that body institution, they are present physically, they are together physically, but we are joining them online. So this means that the learning that is happening right now is a blended learning. We are in a traditional way we are learning, but we are also learning online. We are also learning distance. And this kind of learning, it involves certain tools, certain technological tools that we can use to enhance this learning. So what would be those technological tools? Those would be multimedia. For example, we are all connected through Zoom right now, and Zoom has done a quite wonderful job in curating all the educational loss that happened in the 2020 due to COVID. So again, what this means is that there are certain technological tools that are helping us to learn from far away, to learn from a distant region. These distant region may not have education accessible to them. So what we are doing right now by using blended learning tools, what we could be doing is we could be providing them quality education, and that would be a lot more sustainable than physically making schools there or making universities there, because that requires a lot of financial stability, a lot of financial acquisitions. But what we would be doing is we would simply connect them through these technologies, and we would be providing them education, as simple as that. As Kardas and Roy R said, that these kind of methods, they have online delivery as well as traditional method of face-to-face learning. Again, moving forward, I hope now you understand what blended learning is. It is a form of hybrid learning method where we combine traditional classroom with online digital literacy. Okay, so blended learning, in essence, blended learning combines traditional classroom methods with online digital media. This approach enhances student engagement, promotes flexibility and learning. Understanding its integration is crucial for attaining sustainable educational outcome. If we want our education to be sustainable, we have to make use of technology at all costs. And that's quite a big claim, but the claim itself is being proven right. Okay, as we see AI, as we see these technological apps, we see Zoom. Almost every other meeting that happens today happens on Zoom. So this means that technology has already entered the educational arena, but we have to use it in a way that we are making sure that education is accessible and education is feasible to all of the countries that cannot afford quality education. Again, why we would choose blended learning method? Because according to a research by Lindler, that is quite a recent research that is published in June 2024, so just last month. 57% of the students in school with higher teaching, they are reported with higher satisfaction level with their education if we combine their education with technology. So if we are using technology in in a classroom, we are using integrating technology with traditional method. We are basically we have seen these success rates from students themselves, and not only from student. If you would go to the survey, you would find that a lot of teachers are very positive on the use of technology in education, in higher education and lower education. Basically, in all forms of education, technology has made a positive effect if we know how to use it positively. You know, last day my teacher was telling me about the use of technology in classroom, and there are certain misconceptions regarding it. So we cannot overarchingly, we cannot completely shift to technological front. We cannot completely use technology and the teacher remains silent. That again has its positive and negative effect. But what we mean right now for enhanced learning, for quality learning, what we mean is that it must be used as an assistant. It must be used side by side in the traditional method. So traditional method should not be overarchingly gone. It should not completely be forgotten. It is there and it is a good method. But now the technology is there, we must know and we must use this front for our educational purposes as well. Okay, coming on, blending traditional method with digital education. The concept of blended learning, I think I have already okay, there are certain tools that we will be talking about today. These certain tools that we can use in our digital education, in our quality education. So what we mean by that is educational games. Now all of these tools, they would be online, okay? They would not be in the traditional form, because educational game, they are there in a traditional way, but we would be presenting them in the online method. So educational games are there. What kind of games they may be, you may have to answer it. Is there any game that you particularly use in your classroom? Do you have anything from all the members, all the viewers? Do you have any particular game that you play in your class, educational game? All right, I guess we don't have anyone that uses game into their classroom, but uh, for example, we use Cluster as an app. It's a very good app. We would use Answer Garden, and we would tell them to suggest a word that starts with the letter P, and we would be doing that as a form of game. After that, we have audience response system. Again, Answer Garden is a very popular app for that. What does it do is, we basically have this screen, and all the answers that the students are giving are there in the meantime. So in no time, all the answers you can see on your screen, what your students have told you. And then we have digital badges. Again, digital badges is a tool that is not used a lot in today's education, and I cannot reckon why it's not used a lot, because it is a very good method to enhance competition, a good kind of competition, of course. But digital badges, what we can do is we can provide students with digital badges whenever they complete a task, whenever they are learning, so that they are motivated to learn throughout the course, throughout your teaching. How would we doing digital badges? Because again, physical badges may not be accessible to everybody. We cannot just give them physical badges because they completed an activity, or because they were good in class, their performance was good. So we cannot do that, because that won't be accessible. And obviously we have our own repercussion, we have our own shortfalls to come. But digital badges come in handy at that, because what they would be doing is, we would not be spending our own money, and what we would be doing is, we would be still motivating the students to do better by giving them a digital badge. And how can we give them a digital badge? We have a very wonderful example of Badger, the online tool. Badger is a tool that combines all of your digital badges. So you log into the account and you have all these badges that you have earned. And what we can do is, we can make a badge for our students whenever they are performing good, or whenever they do good in class, we can simply give them a badge. And then again, webinars, as this summit presumes, is we certainly need webinars for student development. Okay, for quality education, we certainly want to use this method of connecting with people more. Because why? Because this is a kind of relation between traditional and digital method. In that, because there is a teacher and he is teaching you, but rather than being physically present, this teacher is now teaching you from far away. And what this could do is, we can even call teachers that are very highly proficient, but they cannot be made available in your certain area, in your certain country, let's say. So we could be having teachers from the UK, from the US, and from other part of the country, where they are kind of very competent teachers from all over the world. And we would be uh, providing them a chance to make sure they give quality education to our students, to students from the faraway country that cannot access such educational levels. After that, we have collaborative learning platform. What do we mean by collaborative learning platform? Is that we come together to learn. That is a platform where we come together to learn. So, for example, we have Padlet. Okay, Padlet is again a very good app. We have Blackboard. All of these learning tools, what they would be doing is they would be collectively taking students and they would be making sure that they get education. So it is again a very good step towards quality education and making quality education accessible to those that do not have access to quality education. And then the last one that I have presented is social media. Now, social media is there is a lot of misconception about social media because most of the time social media is not used for good purposes, and that's there. That is the thing that we need to acknowledge. But at the same time, this is a very powerful tool that could be used if we use it correctly. That could be used in education, that could be used in learning, that could be used in teaching. So for example, you want to make sure that you want to give presentations to your student. Now what happens is rather than giving your student presentation, you would be asking them to come on social media and present what they have to say. Or the debates, the traditional debates method, what you would be doing is you would be switching the methods to social media, where they don't have to debate with someone from their school, but they could be debating with someone from all over the world, from other institutions. This would again have a certain collaboration happening between all over the world. So again, what we are doing is we are making the world, as we already said, the world is a global village, but we are not actually acknowledging the global village in educational front. So we have to make education accessible in a way that it again is a global phenomenon that is happening all over the world. Again, we have these tools. There are certain tools that I have used to tell you about my all of the things that we discussed. So blended learning tools, what tools we could be using? First off, you can see Badger here. What Badger does is
مؤتمر الهند
Badger presents
شركة
the,
فيها محادثة اللي هي يعني تتكلم فيها.
can you please
فكان
speak out?
كلمت النائب امبارح فقال لها ممكن تيجي لي
I
الساعة
don't know how
9
to turn the
القاهرة،
mic off.
9 ل9 ونص لأن عندي مؤتمر بعد 9 ونص.
Anyways, so we can see Badger.
فقالت
What
كلمني
we
يعني
could
قلت
be
لها
seeing with
حصل
Badger
معاها،
is it is a digital,
فقالت لي أنا
it's a
بكرة مش هقدر
digital
على
tool
أساس في
where
بعد
we use
أيوه
a
يا
lot
باشا
of badges and we kind of
هنعمل لها
make all of these badges accessible to students. Whoever achieves the task, they would get to use this badge for them. And then again, we have Zoom as we are using right now. So Zoom is where we connect together. I am here from Pakistan, you may be from all over the world, and we are connecting in a forum where we are basically together in learning something. So we are providing in a way, we are working towards quality education, but from our own houses, our own countries, that is all over the world, and that pronounces all over the world. After that, we have Padlet. What Padlet would be, Padlet is a kind of, you would say there are a lot of things that you could do with Padlet. You could make a combined journal. You could make a list. You could make, if you go to Padlet, there are a lot of discussion boards. There are a lot of templates where you could be making a lot of the things related to your classroom, related to your learning. So Padlet is again a very good tool to use whenever you want to enhance your education, your quality education. And then again, we have Answer Garden. Again, one of my favorite app. Answer Garden is an app where you pronounce a question to students and they answer it in this app, and you see it in the meantime. You see all of the answers that are coming through. So that again is Answer Garden that could be used if you want to use technological tools in your classroom. And then again, we have Kahoot. Kahoot is again a quiz app. You could be using them. For example, let's say I have designed a tool and I want all the students that cannot afford assessments, I want them to use this tool as kind of, in a way I can give out a free education. So in Kahoot, I would be sharing the tool and I would be using them to assess these. After that, we have quizzes. Quizzes is again an app that is used for quiz making, for flashcards. So you can be using that as a blended tool. And after that, these are all the tools that I wanted to share with you. That is what we can use in blended learning tools. And blended learning again can be used in quality education. Again, if you have any questions and answers, you are free to, yes, you are free to share. Is there any question and answer?
Thank you, Doctor, for your kind presentations. Thank you. From participants or speaker, if you have any question, you can do it from Sadaf Ashraf. If you have any question. Thank you, Doctor, for your kind presentations. Now we would like to invite Professor from Brazil. Are you ready, Professor?
Yes, I'm here, and I would like to share a PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think it's necessary for the previous lecturer to finish her presentation. Okay.
Now you can share your presentation.
Yes. Well, I think it's visible.
Yeah, Doctor, we can see your presentation. Now it's visible.
Yes. Well, first of all, I would like to say my thanks for Dr. Irfan Ullah Stanikzai and also to Dr. Habib Burhaman Sarbiland for the kind invitation to be here. I'm very honored. And today, I am going to talk to you all for promoting sustainable development goal for strategies for achieving quality education for all. And for the best comprehension of my speech, I also wrote what I'm going to say for you all. And the introduction for the Sustainable Development Goal, SG4, aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all by 2030. This goal is important for empowering individuals, fostering economic growth, and promoting social inclusion. Achieving SG4 requires multifaceted approach that addresses various barriers to education, including economic, social, and cultural factors. And investing in educational infrastructure to provide quality education, it is necessary to invest in educational infrastructure, including schools, classrooms, and learning materials. This involves not only building new facilities, but also upgrading existing ones to ensure they are safe, accessible, and equipped with modern technology. And we have also about building new schools in many developing regions. The availability of schools is limited governments and international organizations must prioritize constructing new educational facilities in underserved areas. This includes not just primary and secondary schools, but also vocational training centers and higher education institutions. The second one, we are going to have upgrading existing facilities. Many schools suffer from poor infrastructure, including inadequate sanitation, insufficient classroom space, and lack of electricity. Upgrading these facilities to meet basic standards is essential. This may include renovations, ensuring access to clean water and sanitation, and providing adequate classroom furniture and resources. Well, so we have just a minute, okay, upgrading. And as the third topic, we have integrating technology. Modern educational infrastructure should include technological tools that support learning. This includes computers, internet access, and interactive learning devices. These tools can enhance the learning experience and provide students with the skills needed in a digital world. We also have training and supporting teachers. Teachers are at the heart of quality education. Providing adequate training and ongoing professional development is essential to ensure that educators are well equipped to deliver effective instruction. And as a pillar, we have initial teacher training. Teacher training, or better saying, teacher education programs should be comprehensive, providing future teachers with a strong foundation in pedagogy, subject knowledge, and classroom management. These programs should include practical teaching experiences and mentorship from experienced educators. The second topic, it's about continuous professional development. Even experienced teachers need opportunities for professional growth. Continuous professional development programs should be available to help teachers stay updated with the latest educational research, technologies, and teaching strategies. This can include workshops, online courses, and collaborative learning communities. And the next topic, it's improving working conditions. Teachers' working conditions directly impact their effectiveness and job satisfaction, ensuring competitive salaries, providing adequate teaching materials, and reducing class sizes can help create a more supportive environment for teachers. Additionally, recognizing and rewarding exceptional teaching can motivate teachers to strive for excellence. We also have another important subject. It's about promoting inclusive education. Inclusive education ensures that all learners, regardless of their background or abilities, have access to quality education. So about this, we have addressing disabilities. Schools must be equipped to support students with disabilities. This includes physical accessibility, such as ramps and elevators, and educational tools like braille materials and hearing aids. Teachers should receive training in special education to effectively support these students. And continue, we have cultural and linguistic inclusivity. Education systems should respect and incorporate the cultural and linguistic diversity of students. This can involve bilingual education programs, culturally relevant curricula, and hiring teachers from diverse backgrounds to serve as role models. And the next, we have supporting marginalized communities. Marginalized communities, including ethnic minorities and refugees, often have barriers to education. Policies should be in place to remove these barriers, such as providing free and subsidized education, offering flexible learning schedules, and ensure that educational content is inclusive and representative of diverse experiences. Well, the next topic, it's about enhancing early childhood education. And that belongs to the SDG 4 also. And early childhood education lays the foundation for lifelong and development. Investing in early childhood programs can significantly impact a child's future academic success and overall well-being. We have as a path expanding access to early childhood education is often limited in many regions. Governments and organizations should work to expand availability by building new early childhood centers and integrating early childhood education into the broader education system. And the next, we have improving quality. Quality early childhood education involves well-trained educators, age-appropriate curricula, and stimulating learning environments. Standards and regulations should be established to ensure that all early childhood programs meet these criteria. And we have now, just a minute, okay. And we have the third topic. It's about supporting parents and caregivers. Parents and caregivers play a crucial role in early childhood development, providing them with education and resources can enhance their ability to support their children's learning. This can include parenting workshops, access to educational materials, and community support programs. And the next subject, it's utilizing technology and innovation. Technology has the potential to revolutionize education by providing new learning opportunities and resources. And we have digital learning platforms, as we have online learning platforms can provide students with access to a wide range of educational resources and courses. These platforms can be particularly valuable in remote areas where access to physical schools is limited. We also need interactive learning tools such as educational software, apps, and virtual reality can make learning more engaging and interactive. These technologies can help students understand the complex concepts and development critical thinking skills. And also we have bridging the digital divide, ensuring that all students have access to technology is crucial. This involves providing devices such as tablets and laptops, as well as ensuring reliable internet access. Digital literacy programs are also essential to help students and the teachers effectively use these technologies. And we have supporting lifelong learning. Lifelong learning opportunities enable individuals to continuously develop their skills and knowledge throughout their lives. We have formal education and training, continuing education programs, including adult education and vocational training, provide opportunities for individuals to gain new qualifications and skills. These programs should be flexible, accessible, and relevant to the needs of the labor market. And we have informal learning. Lifelong learning also encompasses informal learning opportunities such as community workshop, online courses, and self-directed learning, encouraging a culture of learning and providing resources for informal education can help individuals stay engaged and curious throughout their lives. Flexible learning pathways. Education system should offer flexible pathways that allow individuals to move between different types of education and training. This can include recognition of prior learning, modular courses, and opportunities for work-based learning. And I know that my time is up, but I will leave this PowerPoint presentation for later reading, and I would like just to go to the conclusion. Well, promoting Sustainable Development Goal 4 is a complex and ongoing challenge that necessitates a comprehensive and collaborative approach. By investing in educational infrastructure, supporting teachers, promoting inclusive education, enhancing early childhood education, utilizing technology, supporting lifelong learning, and engaging communities, we can make significant strides toward achieving quality education for all, ensuring that every individual has access to quality education is not only a moral imperative, but also a crucial step toward sustainable development and a brighter future for all. So I excuse for passing my time, but I'd like to leave you all many thanks.
Thank you, Doctor, for your kind presentations. We are very glad to give your valuable time for us. From participant, if you have any question from a doctor, you can do it, your question. Otherwise, we have our next speakers, Dr. Mutmaina from Indonesia. If you have any question, you can do it from a doctor.
Thank you, sir. There is not any questions. Just keep on.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. Now we have our next participants from our speakers, Dr. Mutmaina from Indonesia. Welcome, Dr. Mutmaina.
From Indonesia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi everyone. Good afternoon from Indonesia. Selamat siang. Before I start my presentation, I want to say thank you very much to the organizing committee. And then I want to say congratulations for Rokan Institute of Higher Education Vice Academic Department R&D for your great event. And thank you so much for my dear brother Irfan Ullah for your kind invitation. And to all of the participants, the keynote speaker who are attending in this wonderful webinar. Allow me to share my screen. I know my time only 15 minutes to share to you about the quality of education. I will be representing my studies, my investigation that already I did in Indonesia. Okay, this is my profile. My name is Mutmaina, but you can call me Nina. This is my university, Universitas Al-Azhariyah Mandar. And also this is some of my national and international organization, my research ID, and my link research over there. Feel free to visit and cite my article over there. Well, today I want to share to you about the AI in developing student communication and critical thinking, and then to supporting the quality of education. Right now, we must be adapt with this new situation and the new habit. And then, of course, the AI, artificial intelligence, that the famous and the trending technology for today. And our topic, there are three that I want to share to you, but I will win my presentation. The first one about AEOT in education, or AIED, investigating robot interaction and the communication and critical thinking itself. Before we are going to discuss the quality of education, that remember, education, this is the holistic process. The holistic process, the holistic process. We just not only to sharing and to showing up about our student the cognitive skill regarding the subject, but we have responsibility how we are supporting, developing the student character, value, moral, and the attitude behavior. Mean that here this is the student the emotional quotation skill, and also the soft skill, or maybe regarding about the 21st century skill. And in education, we are in the digital transformation, and there are 5 the highlight issue based on my opinion, my interpretation, and my study over there. The first one about injected artificial intelligence. We know that Artificial intelligence, according to UNESCO definition, this is the only learning tool, a teaching tool, and we can use in our classroom. Mobile technology or mobitech, this is also the very important because we adapt with this new situation and new habit. We are familiar right now about the remote teaching, virtual classroom, distance education, ICT culture, and of course, because of this condition, we redesign our curriculum. Injected technology, this is also one of the highlight issue in Indonesia because mostly our teacher, they are very low in technology skill or technology pedagogical content knowledge. Even we know there are many technology, but sometimes we have the problem how we are connected this technology into our learning and teaching process, how we are designing our teaching activities, our learning process by using this technology, and what are the right technology to supporting the student need of the student skill. And in Indonesia, we are redesign our curriculum, namely Merdeka curriculum, but we still have so many homework about redesign our curriculum because of the teacher competence and the teacher skill. In View Smart Digital Classroom Management, there are three types of quantum learning, quantum teaching, and quantum technology. To support the quality of education, we must be mastery and understanding about the quantum, the triple quantum. The way we are learning, we must change. The way we are teaching, we must change. And the technology that we use, this is rapidly and so quickly actually influence our education. Cybergogy, this is the theory from the education from cybergogy. We understanding that cybergogy, this is not only about the pedagogy and the technology itself. Sometimes my student asks how we are right now we having right now AI, how we are compare ourselves with the AI. Yeah, of course, the answer is literacy skill, or maybe right now we just mentioned that we have responsibility as educator to support and increase our student metacognitive skill, knowing how to learn. And they know they cannot be identified. This is the fake information from artificial intelligence or ChatGPT, and this is the true information or original information. Freedom to learn. Right now, for today, like today, we are in this meeting, in this forum, we are in international meeting, and we're having our freedom to learn. We can learn in many resources and in many activities like webinar or international webinar seminar like today. The last about the sixth industrial revolution, and for today, we are embrace the notion harmonies between human-machine collaboration. Human intelligence and artificial intelligence must be incorporated in our education. So, well, why we must change the way we are learning and the way we are teaching? Because our students, they are different with us. They are the Gen Z, and they are born digital. And then we must be accept this situation, the differentiate, and we must be teaching them by by the student generation of the student situation. And when you are use the technology that mentioned before from professor, that about the education by entertaining concept, when you are use artificial intelligence, actually already this is from the edutainment concept or constructivism theory. And choice of instructional design, maybe you must choose the way you are delivering your material. That's why before I mentioned, this is not only about we understanding the technology, but we must understanding also about the student condition, the student need, and the student want. Maybe sometime you are designing your curriculum, you're designing your lesson plan based on the teacher one or policy one, but maybe right now you must change the way you are right now design your curriculum. You must be understanding your student learning style, your student general characteristic, and the student want. Sometimes maybe we ignore about our student, what they want, what they need. So of course, for supporting the quality of education, you must be understanding about your student want, your student need, and your student lack. And this is the example of when the learning flow, if you want to do, or maybe we can say this is the learning activities that you can use in your classroom when you are use artificial intelligence. There are 8 steps here that actually already supporting you to increase the student the critical thinking of the 21st century skill. You can feel free download it, the document of my article in this website. And this is some of the tools and the technology before we are entering generative artificial intelligence, and why the artificial intelligence, we must be connected in our activities, in our learning activities, because remember that in this Bloom taxonomy for the student, we must be increase their higher order thinking skill. Not only we asking the student just to remember and understanding about the material, but how they are having their designing thinking. And this is 120 mind-blowing artificial intelligence tool. And I believe you are familiar with the sum of this artificial intelligence. But sometimes we don't know how to teach our student. When we want to increase the student writing, we want to ask the student to design thinking, and maybe for the computational thinking skill. So that's why for when we are actually already doing interaction with the human computer or the robot itself, we are actually already having our communication. We are doing our interaction between human and machine. That already we always do that in by using our robot friend. That actually we can see here how human machine are already building up in our learning and teaching process. Human robot, they are our teamwork, because sometimes we are use our robot friend, for example, by using ChatGPT or chatbot, that actually already we are access the information. And another side about artificial intelligence that already we have in, namely humanoid robot. But humanoid robot, this is very expensive, and sometimes we just only use our virtual robot. We just only download it from the Google Play Store, and the student can play together by their virtual robot. This is the example, the simple of humanoid robot when they are wanted to having or teaching or learning English. Sometimes we use also namely the humanoid robot that actually already happening in Germany, but you see here in the video that a robot lecture, or this is the humanoid robot, this is not the single teacher of a there, still monitoring by the human teacher in this class in Germany. So the communication, why this is communication very important skill? Because the communication, this is also part of the 21st century skill. The 21st century skill, actually this is not only about the learning skill, but also literacy skill and the life skill that already we need, because right now we are connected globally, and then we must doing to support our student the soft skill itself. And the last, this is my documentation when I use virtual reality to support my student soft skills. My student project by designing the video.
This video. Okay.
Okay, you see that the student actually representing their ideas by using mind mapping and virtual reality. And then, sorry, I will do my presentation. This is this example of the artificial intelligence website and also artificial intelligence platform. That this is my student already documentation. Oh, sorry. Yeah. This is the example of the student chatting with the robot friend that already representing here. Oh, sorry. My PPT. Wait a bit. And then this is my, oh, sorry. I have bad connection already. And the video not coming, but don't worry, already I have already sent my PPT to the event organizer. And then thank you so much for having me and listening to me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mutmaina, for your kind presentation. And thank you to add your presentation, some animations, graphics, and video. From participant, if you have any questions from Dr. Mutmaina, you can do it. Otherwise, we have our next speakers from Pakistan, Dr. Mohammed Sabdar. But if you have any questions, you can do it from Dr. Mutmaina. Any question?
No, sir.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you for your kind presentation. Now we would like to invite Dr. Mohammed Sabdar Bhatti from Pakistan. He has a 25 or more than 25-year experience in English language and IELTS, TOEFLs, and a PT. Along with this, he has several publishing, even though several books he has published. Thank you once again, Dr. Mohammed Sabdar Bhatti. Thank you.
Presentation.
Hello, doctor. Can you hear us? Your voice is not clear. We cannot hear. Yeah, now we can hear you.
Yung sa presentation natin, day 3 pa rin yun, ano?
Yeah, day 3, day 2. Yeah, day 3 ka pa rin. Ako nalipat ako ng day 3. Dapat day 2 kasi si Lian ang
I think there is a technical problem as soon as possible. Our brother Safdar Bahati from Pakistan will join us.
Hello, doctor. I think you have technical problems. Check your microphone.
अगर यहाँ कोई हो तो मैं देख लेता हूँ बाबा मुझे भी आता है थोड़ी
What about now, sir? Can you hear?
Now it's okay. We can hear you. Your voice. Now it's
Okay,
okay.
sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very
I
much.
think you have a technical problem.
I was
Now
much
it's okay.
worried.
Thank you.
Okay, let me share my screen, sir. Sorry for that.
Yeah, thank you, doctor. Now you are carry on your presentation.
Now,
Thank
can you
you.
see my
Thank you.
screen, sir?
Now we can hear you correctly. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to everyone. This is Dr. Mohammed Safdar Bhatti from the Islamic University of Bahawalpur, Pakistan. And I'm very sorry for not being audible before. And now I would like to brief you about my intro. Basically, dear audience, education is a shared commitment between dedicated teachers, motivated students, and enthusiastic parents with high expectations. New teaching techniques are changing the educational environments around the globe and driving better academic performance among the students. The 21st century teacher is expected to be able to look at his practice and adapt himself according to the needs of his students. Innovation in education encourages students and teachers to research, explore, and use all the tools to uncover something new. It involves a different way of looking at problems and solving them. It also improves education because it compels students to use a higher level of thinking to solve complex problems. Empowering educators holds the key to unlock the full potential of education. It enhances students' achievement and motivation, improves retention rates, and prepares students for the challenges of the workplace. As education plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of youth by providing them with the necessary knowledge, skills, and opportunities to thrive in an ever-changing world, it serves a powerful tool for social and economic development by empowering individuals to unlock their full potential and contribute meaningfully to society. As the heart of this transformative process are educators who serve as a catalyst for change and play a crucial role in empowering students. By creating a nurturing and inclusive learning environment, educators can foster a sense of curiosity, instill a love for lifelong learning, and equip students with the skills necessary for success in the 21st century workforce. Empowered teachers are given the encouragement and support necessary to take risks and engage in continuous professional development while collaborating with their colleagues, and this process is essential to success in education. Basically, teaching is imparting instructions to the students in the classroom situation. It is a profession that teaches all other professions. It makes our life organized and disciplined. It is an interaction between the teacher and the taught. Basically, a teacher is a compass that activates the magnet of curiosity, knowledge, and wisdom in the people. And he is a strong hammer. He is a preacher and a lighthouse, a groomer, and he is a facilitator and mentor. He transforms his knowledge to the student. He is a professional person and the kingpin of teaching profession. He is an educational pathologist, psychologist, psychiatrist, and an educator. There is a difference between the trained and the untrained teacher. Basically, trained teachers are very costly, while the untrained are cost more. Trained are fair and impartial, and while the untrained are biased. Trained are sympathetic, they are dull and bored. Trained are constructive, they are very bossy and destructive. They are the motivators, while they are the escapers. In my point of view, good teachers make good institutes, and good institutes make good teachers. And these are some 21st century language skills, which are learning skills, which are going to be required by the learners. Now I would like to shed light on the changing landscape of education. Dear all, technological advancements have a profound impact on the education, revolutionizing the way knowledge is accessed and disseminated. According to recent reports, 94% of the teachers in the US use technology in the classroom, while 52% use interactive whiteboard. The integration of technology in education has opened up new possibilities for personalized learning, interactive lessons, and global collaboration. It has made learning more engaging, accessible, and tailored to the individual student needs. Additionally, technology has expanded educational opportunities beyond traditional classroom settings, enabling online learning platforms and virtual classrooms. However, the impact of technology extends beyond the mere presence of digital tools. It calls for a fundamental shift in educational approaches. Rote memorizing and standardized testing are no longer sufficient in preparing students for the complex challenges of the future. Instead, there is a growing emphasis on cultivating critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, and collaboration skills. Educational institutes are exploring student-centered approaches, project-based learning, and inquiry-based methodologies to foster these skills. Professional development programs are critical for keeping educators up to date with the latest research, pedagogical approaches, and technological advancements. Effective professional development positively impacts student outcomes, with students in classrooms led by teachers who engage in professional development showing higher achievement level. Ongoing training opportunities enable educators to enhance their teaching skills, incorporate innovative instructional methods, and address the evolving needs of the student. Investing in quality professional development program is a key strategy for empowering educators and ultimately improving students' outcomes. Recent studies have shown that the lack of resources is a significant barrier to effective teaching and student achievement. By ensuring that educators have the necessary resources and support, educational institutions can empower them to deliver high-quality instruction and create an optional learning environment. So, encouraging collaboration and networking among educators in another crucial strategy for empowerment. Collaborative learning communities and professional network provide opportunities for educators to share best practices, exchange ideas, and learn from one another. These collaborative spaces foster motivation, inspire creativity, and provide educational and emotional support. How to foster students' engagement and success? Dear all, creating inclusive and diverse learning environments is essential for fostering students' engagement and success. So, incorporating student-centered teaching method is another key aspect of fostering student engagement and success. Traditional teacher-centered approaches are giving way to student-centered approaches that empower students to take ownership of their learning. Promoting critical thinking and creativity in the classroom is essential for preparing students to navigate complex challenges and think innovatively. Reports indicate that employees increasingly value critical thinking, problem solving, and creativity as essential skills. How to address the challenges and the overcoming barriers? Dear all, addressing challenges and overcoming barriers is crucial in ensuring a quality education for all students. From limited resources and budget constraints to supporting educators' mental health and well-being, as well as promoting equity and accessibility, the education industry faces various obstacles that must be tackled to create an inclusive and thriving learning environment. Enhanced student achievement and motivation are among the primary benefits of empowering students educators. Studies have consistently shown that the well-supported and empowered educators have a significant impact on the student learning outcomes. Empowering educators also plays a crucial role in improving retention rates and reducing dropout rates. When educators feel valued, supported, and equipped with the necessary tools and strategies, they are more likely to remain committed to their profession. Now, I would like to sum up my talk. Dear all, empowering educators holds the key to unlocking the full potential of the education. It enhances student achievement and motivation, improves retention rates, and prepares students for the challenges of the workforce. By investing in their growth and providing them with the necessary support, we create an environment where educators can thrive, leading to a transformative future in education. Let us join hands and commit to empowering educators, for they are the catalyst for change and the architects of a brighter future for our youth and society as a whole. To create a truly transformative future in education, a call to action is necessary. Stakeholders, including policymakers, educational institutions, and the wider community must invest in empowering educators. This includes providing comprehensive professional development programs, allocating resources effectively, supporting educators' well-being, and promoting collaboration and networking opportunities. By investing in educators, we invest in the future of our students and society. So that's all from my side, and these were some references from which I got there. And thanks for joining me. So also thank you very much, and especially I pardon for you had to wait for this technical issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sadaf, for your kind presentations. We are very grateful for your time to give us. From participants, if you have any questions, you can do it. Is there any questions? Otherwise, we would like to move to our next speakers from Greece. She is working in a Greece ministry. Dr. Reina Lampu. Dr. Reina Lampu is here.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you,
For
Dr.
greetings.
Reina. We are very grateful. You gave us your valuable time and make a participation in international summits on a quality education, SDG 4. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Warm greetings from Greece. I would like to thank all organizers of Rockhan Institute of Higher Education for setting up this very significant conference on Sustainable Development Goals. I'm a STEM instructor researcher, and today I will going to present how STEM education can be combined with sustainable development, because STEM is a new trend in education. It has been integrated already curriculum in many countries, and as I always say in my presentation, it's the future of education. So allow me to share my presentation. I don't know if it's, can you see now it's visible?
Yeah, sure. We can see
Okay.
your presentation.
So STEM education, science, technology, engineering, mathematics plays a critical role in promoting sustainable development. In this educational approach, not only equips students with technical skills and knowledge, but also fosters problem-solving abilities, critical thinking, innovation, all essential for addressing the complex environmental, economic, and social challenges of sustainable development. Sustainable development, of course, contribute to developing competencies in sustainability, as I said before, collaboration, systemic thinking, and sustainable development. It's actually this development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. There are 4 pillars of sustainability: human, economic, social, environmental. And STEM is the way to secure a strong economy and capable workers, because it focuses on open-ended real-life problems and requires student-led investigation, hands-on activities, and this helps students to become out-of-the-box thinkers and creators. This reflects the 4 C's: collaboration, creativity, communication, critical thinking. And the characteristic of STEM educated students is that actually they are inventors, they are innovators, they are logical thinkers, they're technologically literate. And of course, the 2030 Agenda considers education as a key strategy to accomplish important environmental goals. So education must answer the environmental issues, defining new objectives, relevant objectives and contents. We need new global frameworks and specific teaching programs in order to empower the people and students. So from this point of view, educational institutions have to establish new educational programs to create an essential context in order to integrate sustainable development goals. So achieving these goals, first of all, we need to say that STEM learning is something that should be a lifelong process. When students deal responsibly with technology, learning should include everyday experiences, and of course, broader sociocultural, political factors should be considered. Already, according to UNESCO, advances in STEM have brought about significant improvements in all aspects of life, in health, agriculture, infrastructure. And the skills acquired by STEM education are referred by World Economic Forum as a measurement of the future preparedness of the countries. So how STEM education can contribute to sustainable development? First of all, we see that achieving the goals, achieving the goal to overcome the challenges, they necessitates a shift in STEM education away from a focus on academic technical knowledge towards a much broader interdisciplinary complex problem-solving approach that combines societal and sustainable problem analysis with academic technical knowledge and solutions. So STEM students need to learn how to analyze and solve a complicated and complex problem and be able to collaborate in a variety of teams. So steering STEM education in this direction will require, of course, educational leadership and research. Curriculum change should be approached in a systematic way, which includes promotion and faculty development. For example, how is engineering sectors changing? Engineering students need to learn how to analyze and solve the problems facing by the society and to develop technologies that will improve sustainable living. These needs are reinforced by major trends shaping STEM education, like emerging technologies, the employability agenda, as well as diversity issues, etc. So, first of all, developing sustainable technologies, because STEM education encourages the development of solutions that can help mitigate environmental impacts. For example, engineering and technology students can work on renewable energy projects, on water conservation systems, sustainable agricultural techniques. Promote environmental awareness because students gain a deeper understanding of ecological principles and the importance of protecting natural resources. So this awareness can inspire future leaders to prioritize sustainability in various sectors. Of course, innovative problem solving because we need to come up with innovative ideas for addressing sustainability challenges such as climate change or pollution or resource depletion. And for example, engineering design projects can focus on creating efficient energy systems or reducing waste in manufacturing processes. Interdisciplinary learning, of course, STEM, it's about a transdisciplinary approach, a holistic approach, requiring knowledge across different fields. And this brings together principles from science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and other fields, allowing students to approach problems this way from multiple angles and develop holistic solutions. Preparing a skilled workforce because a strong foundation in STEM fields prepares students for careers in industries that are pivotal to sustainable development, such as renewable energy, environmental consulting, urban planning, and sustainable agriculture. So these sectors require a workforce equipped with technical skills and a sustainability mindset. Encouraging responsible citizens because students learn about the impact of their actions on the planet and society. This leads to a more responsible consumer behavior for an advocacy for sustainable practices and active participation in community initiatives. Of course, it fosters global competence. And this requires international collaboration. Some examples of STEM initiatives for sustainable development. First of all, green chemistry, when we educate students about chemistry practices that reduce, for example, or eliminate the use of hazardous substances, or hands-on projects in solar, wind, and hydropower, which actually teach students about clean energy solutions. And sustainable engineering, when courses and projects focused on designing buildings, systems, and products that minimize environmental impact. So STEM education, it's not about teaching technical skills. It is also about instilling a sense of sensibility, of responsibility, and innovation that is crucial for achieving sustainable development. By integrating STEM sustainability into STEM curriculum, we can prepare future generations to tackle the challenges of the 21st century with creativity, knowledge, and a commitment for a better world. How now extracurricular activities, for example, STEM clubs and competitions, international competitions. Here in Greece, we have many winners. We have students who are winners in international Olympiads, and this is very important. These activities play a significant role in promoting sustainable development education by providing practical, hands-on experiences that complement traditional classroom learning. And these activities offer students unique opportunities to explore sustainability topics in depth, develop critical skills, and engage in real-world problem solving. First of all, STEM clubs and competitions, for example, allow students to apply theoretical knowledge to practical challenges, hands-on approach, so they can understand better renewable energy or waste management, environmental conservation. You can implement many projects, for example, waste management in school, inside the school institution. Innovation and creativity, because these activities provide a platform for students to experiment with innovative ideas, interdisciplinary learning, skill development, raising awareness, real-world impact. This is very important. For example, a competition might involve designing a cost-effective water purification system for use in underserved areas. So these projects not only enhance students' learning experiences, but also contribute positively to society. And of course, encourage lifelong learning. Because students can pursue further education and remain engaged in these issues as informed citizens. So what are the recommendations? Since we have said that these extracurricular activities are vital in promoting sustainable development education, they provide experiential learning that help students address and understand real-world challenges, encourage innovation, creativity, and foster skills and values necessary for advancing sustainability, means that we need to improve and strengthen strengthen STEM education in school. So there is a need, of course, to integrate the topic of sustainability into the curriculum in order to ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development. Here in Greece, we have integrated a new reform in our curriculum, environmental awareness as an optional thematic session, and it's a great reform for Greece. So interdisciplinary sustainable development employability STEM curriculum, so governments need to increase the focus on the disciplinary curriculum on professional competencies, combining with funding models that support these needs. Maybe national accreditation criteria should be formulated and accompanied by incentives and rewards for institutions meeting these requirements. Of course, investment in STEM studies and institutional change embracing complexity. These include how to change, how to redesign the curriculum and learning approaches to the creation of comprehensive blended educational models developed in cooperation with industry and other societal factors. And such models make use of real-world complex problems and projects, including with reference to sustainable development. Of course, educational literacy for educational change, we have seen here already this recommendation how to strengthen all types of STEM capabilities, how to expand, innovate STEM education globally at all levels of education, higher education also, establish diversity STEM systems, encourage young people, develop sustainable professional STEM organizations to support STEM education, especially in higher education institutions. So all this has to do with what we call education for sustainable development. So environmental education, and this actually what is important because the aim here is to empower students to participate in shaping the sustainable future. This means this promotes a sense of place of connection, promotes citizenship, active learning, student leadership, because it empowers students to share their voice and make a difference. And this, of course, is characterized by contextual and locally relevant learning, because we take students and go outside to the nature and we implement environmental projects. This way, students can adopt more healthy lifestyles and they learn how to love nature and environment. So this kind of education should develop individuals' values, knowledge, skills, and competencies for sustainable living, and it should promote, of course, critical thinking, encourage participation, collaboration. It should be interdisciplinary, holistic, value-driven, and of course, this has to do with a democratic, inclusive society in which environmentally literate community members possess the sense of agency and empowerment and responsibility. So this offers a vision of environmental education that makes sense. And actually, when we talk about education for sustainable development, this always entails environmental literacy. Environmental literacy depends on learners' ability to ask questions, to seek information, to observe the nature and make hypotheses. So learners must be familiar with inquiry-based learning, master fundamental skills, interpret, synthesize information to develop explanations. So we have a set of skills, questioning, analysis, interpretation, how to collect information, organize, how to work with models, simulations, of course, here students develop an understanding of how changes in one system results in changes in another. Environmental literacy includes the abilities to define, to learn about, to evaluate, to act on environmental issues, how to identify, investigate issues, how to sort out the consequences of issues, how to work with flexibility, creativity, and openness, how to develop decision-making action skills, so plan and take action, how to recognize rights and responsibilities, recognize efficacy, accept personal responsibility. Some examples here of this, of how we can combine STEM education best practices with STEM in school. Here, 6th grade students measure temperatures in air compared to the carbon dioxide to understand the greenhouse effect and the foundation of climate change. They use scientific database about cities. They come up with solutions, explore also thermal inversions, etc. So many of these cases, I don't have time to see all this. Here are some of activities of my students. STEM actually a project. This project is called the contribution of technology to the protection of our health. It concerns the quality of life of residents of large cities, where the common type of living is an apartment within a large apartment building. So in this project, we examine the nuisance factors of an apartment, and more specifically noise pollution, the harmful factors of the gaseous environment of the apartment, such as carbon monoxide, smoke, and dust. So a miniaturized model of the apartment was constructed, and sound detection sensors, as well as carbon monoxide detection sensor, was installed within it. So STEM technology we used was Arduino microcontroller, connection board, LEDs, data, etc. Display. And apart from this, here in the Greek ministry where I'm working, I have launched an environmental project which combines STEM education with environmental education at heart. It's called SOS for Changing the Earth's Climate. Its focus is on 5 Sustainable Development Goals. The thematic axis concerned, of course, all this how anthropogenic and natural factors that affect climate change in place. Children through this project had the opportunity to get acquainted with various ways in which humans affect the earth. They have the chance to realize their own involvement towards climate problems, to solve already problems, to be involved in exploratory discovery learning methods and approaches. They can experiment, they can collaborate, they can cultivate their creativity, and of course realize that we all have responsibility to promote the Earth's climate. Some examples of activities we have waste management activity, replantation, building a mini-meteorological station, measurements of temperature, pressure, and humidity, experiments to simulate weather phenomena that occur in Greece, and maybe extreme weather phenomena. And this project, of course, through this project, students already, I forgot to say that this is implemented in primary education because it's important at an early age, students should be they should deal systematically with scientific environmental issues at an early age. In this way, they can enhance their ecological consciousness and environmental responsibility. Apart from this, I'm the founder of several projects in the national project-based sustainable development goals that have to do, first of all, with water awareness. Was implemented in Malawi, Kenya. Food for thought, how to teach food combination, case of food shortage, was implemented in India, and the others. So thank you very much for your attention and for any question here to discuss.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have a question.
Yes,
if I may
yes.
be attended. Oh, yes, thanks so much, Madam Rana. Yeah, glad to hear everything about what we discussed concerning to this about STEM. It's purely, really, it gives a very strong recommendation to the public as well. We are now going to globally phenomenon. Yes, about STEM. Now, I noticed that under your recommendation, you have just mentioned about investment in studies, right? Now, I just want to get to know from your end about the right perspective. How about those countries who are not yet gaining a full control, economically speaking, politically, and of course, it affects so much about the education system. How do they reinforce, do you have any alternative recommendation solution for these things so that they will come up a clear and a concise, projected situational knowledge concerning about this STEM? That's my question,
Yes.
ma'am.
Yes. I guess you are asking about developing countries or countries that do not have the possibility to have the equipment, technological
Precisely.
equipment. Okay. Okay. In Greece, for example, there was this case. I mean, when we started STEM education, there was no possibility for technological equipment. But we implemented gradually the national competitions. So the national competitions need the collaboration between private and public sector. When companies and industries are involved, what is happening? They give the infrastructure, the equipment to the group, for example, robotics group
yes.
for the competition. So the robotics equipment stays there, the school. So during this pilot period here in Greece, this will happen for 2-3 years. And now almost all schools have this technological equipment. This means that we need to encourage students in order to participate in the national competitions, hackathons, when we invite young people, for example, to invent innovative solutions, patents, for example, to give solutions or to use device Arduino Raspberry in order to invent, for example, something that could help to tackle climate change. then we select the best ideas, and these ideas are taken and valorized by industries, and they become products. So you can understand that we need the investment needs a collaboration with the private sector and industries and companies. However, there is another type of STEM, there is STEM unplugged, and again, if in developing countries we don't have the possibility to buy this equipment, again there is another option, STEM unplugged. You can show physics, for example, principles with a very nice project, hands-on activities that could use only cardboard and things, water, things like that. Again, there is an option. What I'm going to say that if you want to use STEM, and this is concerns all subjects, it's not only about science and technology. You can use STEM even in history, even in English language teachers. This STEM, the magic of STEM is that it breaks down the barriers between cognitive disciplines. You can use it in every discipline. And I'm telling again, if you don't have the possibility to buy the equipment, again, you can go for STEM Unplugged. STEM Unplugged doesn't need program or coding. You can do it with simple everyday materials that you have in your classroom.
Oh yes, thank you. Thank you, Mama, so much for that. Anyway, I do appreciate about how you answer everything about all these things. But one thing that comes to mind, particularly concerning, there must be a collaboration between the public and private partnerships so that we would come up a clear and concise type of project plans or program in order for us to reach the ladder of success when it comes to investment in STEM studies. That's all. Thanks so much, ma'am, for this
yes, and
interview that I
recently,
made and you answered me.
Exactly. Recently in Greece, we have for the first time industrial PhD industrial. So industries invest in PhD proposals that are innovative. So for the first time, we have the participation of industry.
Oh, yes, thank you.
That's
I'm
very
fully
important.
aware of all these things about the now you share. Thanks so much, ma'am.
Yes, thank you.
Bueno, nga sulusawon. Nagita ta. Ito kakit-kit. Ngan. Adlaw to. Yon king camera ko. Usang pag-gisen pag-workshop. Workshop.
Living to bala, sir.
First time.
Advisory ko. Nagligad pa yung sa class ng June 25 na sir. Sir, ako ano ang target naman. Di basa ko bag-ula naman nila ano. Ano nila is okay.
Ay, naman kasi bus. Saan sila?
Kita maglibat equally sila, sir.
Yes, here. Dr. George is here.
Here, President Doctor, I'm ready.
Quali gitu. Purely quali ni sila. So mo ni man question sila. Amo ni ilang ano.
Sa harila, sir, niya ko, ano, ito pa, conceptual framework nila pala.
These meetings man.
Di na sila magmuni eh. Wala na sila muni.
Kung ano.
Wow, sa quali wala. Wala na sila.
Dr. George, we are waiting for you. Are you ready?
Okay.
Ano na lang
Okay.
ang
First, I'm very honored and grateful to the Wokan Institute of Higher Education and the doctors Ham Shibar and Irfan Ula Stanihai. In this opportunity, we talk about rewarding the challenges in the advancement of quality virtual education. In recent decades, the higher education has been experienced a significant transformation driven by the constant advancement information and communication technologies. These tools have been enabled virtual distance education and adopted modality of learning in academic institutions all around the globe as the CT continues to evolve and expand. It's essential to evaluate the impact on the quality of higher virtual education. Next, we talk about the landing on the context. Uh, Despite technological advances and in the increasing availability of ICT tools and virtual higher education, questions arise about the quality of the educational experience provided to students. The implementation of these technologies can vary widely among institutions, and the perceptions of their effectiveness can be subjective. Virtual education through the information society use research, combining research, knowledge, and innovation to advance to training process is support by ICTs and evidence changes in pedagogical practice and information management. Uh, Developed skills to strengthen access to knowledge with which represents a new educational trend than promote activity-centered learning, where the protagonist of the training is the student, creating a change of mentally creativity, self-control, and discipline since the COVID-19 pandemic. Educators at all levels of education have found it's necessary to adopt new tools beyond simple using ICT or software to adapt to the new learning needs of students. This transition has not always been accompanied by adequate preparation, since the pandemic forced them to abandon their traditional role in this classroom. The obvious practice and of face-to-face evaluation methods. This the theme of enter the world of distance of virtual education through technological platforms, regardless of whether or not they were teachers up dated in ICT. However, these transformations has also posed considerable challenges, especially in terms of data security, student privacy, accessibility, quality of online content, and teacher training in new education methodologies. In addition, the digital divide and unequal access to technology can limit the students' active participation in virtual education. Higher education institutions are integral components of the education systems in all nations. All those involved in this training process must remain in constant learning from the situations and conditions that arise. From this, all countries must derive policies and strategies that allow them to provide the necessary attention to both students and teachers. Social, and education rationalities why the introduction of ICTs into the school system, there are necessary and education for the students to develop competence that will be demand in the world of work. This term will allow nations to improve the competitive of their workers, company, and economy. Distance learning is characterized by fundamental elements that make up the interactive triangle: the learner, the teach tutor, and the content. The latter is present through the didactic material used in the teaching learning process, which makes it a particularly relevant element. It includes of the information offered by the wire to the students. In this type of teaching, work is done of the self-learning model. The tutor teacher is a while an auxiliary companion, but the student must develop autonomous. In addition to the fact that the tutor's work can be carried out in personal or distance, it can also contemplate combined modalities. In this sense, the constant advance of ICTs include the expansion of the high-speed internet and mobility devices, the development of innovative educational applications of platforms has given rise to the constantly change landscape in virtual education. The transformations toward this new type of education has present opportunities in the automated personalization of learning, the existing flexibility, the shielding of different courses, and the internationalization of education itself. To perform the quality in virtual environmental, students has to be competent in a series of actions, in attitudes such as writing in an adequate and organized way, extensive required communication through email, management of the virtual environment to its tools, in addition to shared selection, in dissemination for information, organization of study and connection time, adequate relationships with other classmates, and organization of common work. For all these reasons, the relevance of analyzing how the use of various technological platforms directly impact the academic performance of higher education students is a complete virtual modality. Change in the advance of quality education virtual. The advances of the quality virtual education presents a number of significant opportunities and challenges. The opportunities include flexibility access to education with benefits a broad spectrum of people seeking excellent education, or the other hand, the challenge center of the implementation of effective strategies to address to challenge inherent in distance education. According to the UNICEF, the new education poses challenge and opportunities for all involved. To assistance and support provided by UNICEF focus on meeting to needs, challenges, and opportunities of the education system, contributing to the implementation of effective education policy. It is essential to address both the challenge and opportunities in the field of quality virtual education to ensure that the benefits of the educational approach are maximized the obstacles to the may arise on the road to the more inclusive and effective education are overcome. The challenge in advanced quality virtual education encompass various aspects that impact both teaching and learning, from adaptation to new technologies to inclusion and equitable access. This challenge requires special attention to ensure the effectiveness of virtual education. The main challenge is teacher training in the use of the digital tools and the creation of simulating virtual learning environments. Likewise, pedagogical quality in the design of the offline learning experience and effective interaction between students and teachers are crucial aspects for this successful or quality virtual education. In increasing digitalized world, addressing this challenge become essential to ensure that virtual education is inclusive, accessible, and the highest standard. Overcoming these obstacles will allow us to move towards an education system that is more adapted to the needs of the 21st century and the demands of the constantly evolving society. Conclusions: we have the evolution of the ICTs has had significant impact on virtual education. They have improved accessibility to educational research and enriches teaching and learning process through interactive tools. They have also facilitates communication and collaboration between teachers and students. Virtual education has experiences exponential growth thanks to this technology that advances is a continued involves in the future. In addition, online education platforms and tools Norway provide different options for the creation of the online classes, which offer a variety of interactive research, such as class videos, online evaluations, and interaction with other classmates. We did in the video conference, such as chat, among others, with making learning process more dynamic and attractive. ICTs have involved virtual education, but their effective implementation requires careful planning and constant adaptation as technology evolves. Addressing the digital divide is essential to ensure that all students have access to these tools. However, they are an important part of the education system, offering variety opportunities for the students, such as the flexibility to access online materials and classes, or at times that suit players' needs, that provides flexible learning process in addition to global access, which allow students to study online from anywhere, those expanding learning opportunities and high education in the world. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor, for your kind speech regarding the International Summit on Quality Education. And we are very grateful from your time. That's why we know In Latin America, Peru, there is a night at about 2 a.m. We are appreciated your time to give us. Thank you once again for your time and your speech regarding the International Summit on Quality Education is SDG. Thank you. Now we have our next speakers from Lebanon. She is Dr. Lail Gadar. She is vetting. Now we would like to invite Dr. Lail Gadar. Are you ready? You may start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good morning according to Lebanon time, and good afternoon, good evening for all worldwide. I'm Lail Gadar, worldwide mentor and consultant, and I'm a team leader for initiative programs, which is in global Lail Global Innovative Learning Hub. It's an honor today to stand before you to discuss the most important thing, which is the Sustainable Development Goals. In a world increasingly characterized by rapid technological advancements and complex global challenges, education stands as the cornerstone for sustainable development and the key to unlocking a better future for all. Let me share my screen. Okay. So today I would like to speak about advancing quality educator for a sustainable future. First of all, let us refresh our minds with Sustainable Development Goal, which is dedicated to ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. Of course, it aims to everyone with the necessary skills, such as knowledge and values, to thrive in ever-changing world. The importance, why is it important? Of course, it encompasses the development of skills, critical thinking, and values. It empowers the individuals to become active, responsible, and informed citizens. And it is about ensuring that every child, regardless of their background, has access to inclusive programs and education. And of course, high quality education. Of course, we're facing a lot of challenges here today, which is, first of all, let's start with the differences in access. In low-income nations, only 20% of children is in rural areas, 76% of children in urban areas attend secondary school. Insufficient infrastructure, millions of kids attend schools free of necessities like electricity, clean water, and proper sanitary facilities. Teacher shortages. According to UNESCO, countries will need to hire 69 million new teachers in order to achieve universal primary and secondary education by 2030. And socioeconomic barriers around the world. A lot of children still face obstacles to education due to poverty, gender inequality, and disabilities. Our role, this is why we are here today. First of all, to overcome these obstacles as an institutions, educators, and mentors, we must play a crucial role. First of all, encouraging inclusive and safe learning environments are what we need to work towards. This involves encouraging social and emotional well-being in addition to academic achievements. By offering free training sessions, workshops, and conferences, our educational hubs must act as rays of hope and opportunity, preparing students with the skills they need for the 21st century. Of course, innovation is crucial in driving the quality of education. As my colleagues and other speakers were mentioning, leveraging technology, we can create more engaging and personalized learning experiences. For example, mobile learning platforms can reach students in remote areas, and digital classrooms can provide interactive and immersive education experiences. And of course, we have here a case study with the success of Teach for All network, which has mobilized young leaders to teach in underserved communities around the world, significantly improving educational outcomes in those areas. Such initiatives demonstrate the power of innovative approaches and partnerships in enhancing education. Achieving SDG requires a collective commitment from all of us. So we must advocate for increased investment in education at all levels of a government, support policies that promote inclusive and equitable education, foster partnerships between governments, NGOs, and the private sector to mobilize resources, encourage community involvement to ensure that education systems meet the needs of learners. Not only is excellent education a goal, but it is also a basic human right and a major force behind sustainable development. Together, let's eliminate obstacles, close gaps, and create a society in which each person has the chance to develop, learn, and improve his professional development and skills. And let's make a positive contribution to the society. Thank you for listening, and sorry for being late today. I can't hear you, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for your kind presentation that you have delivered and efficiently and effectively according to the given time frame. That's why we have speakers. And we are so glad from you to participate in this International Summit on Quality Education, SDG 4. Thank you. If from participants or speakers, if they have any questions, Gadar is here. You may ask. Otherwise, we have our next speakers. We will invite the next speakers, Dr. Kusum Joshi from India.
Good afternoon, everyone.
If you have any question, you can do it.
I should share my.
Thank you, Dr.
share my presentation?
Gadars. Now we would like to invite to Dr. Kusum Joshi from India.
Am I audible to you?
Yeah, sure. We can hear you.
Okay, sir. I'm just trying to share my presentation.
Yeah, that's okay. Let's start.
Give me a time.
Okay, Doctor.
Sir, I think I'm facing some technical issue. You can go with the next
I will give the permission.
speaker. Give me some time.
Yeah. Okay, that's no problem.
Hello.
Yeah, we
Am
can
I
hear you.
audible?
Yeah, sure. We can hear you.
Can I share now?
Yeah, sure. You can share now.
अच्छा बस ठीक
Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah, sure. We can hear you. Your voice.
Okay. Is my screen is visible?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I think you have opened your presentation in mobile. I think screen is so small.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can see you. That's
My
wonderful.
topic is empowering educators for quality education. Hi, I am Dr. Kusum Joshi from India, MP. As per my views, the education is very important that the educator must be very sound and very knowledgeable with their content. Here are some challenges in the education sector that I can sense. These are the limited resources. It's a very crucial part that after all of this modern era, we have very limited resources, and the resources they are these kind of resources that other people cannot access it. Though it's the era of hello. Though it's the era of the artificial intelligence, but these educators are not aware with the tools and with other aspects and other references of the teaching. The diverse learner, it's very important that the if educator want to teach the students or the person, the learner must be that much diverse and well educate to the for the content to grasp the knowledge, and not even grasping the knowledge, they are very much eager to adopt and practices that education in their personal life. The changing curriculum is the very harsh thing for the educators, because when we plan for the education and we cover any particular curriculum, after some time there is a new change in the curriculum, then the educator face so much problem to generate the content and to deliver the lectures to the learner. There are some important effect of teaching practices that like improved students outcome, because every teacher has the dream that what they are teaching in the classroom, the student must catch that thing and apply in their life. That they can make a good human and serve the society and the nation. The aim of the teacher is not only to make them pass their examination, but even their objective is that the student or the learner become a good human, a good citizen of their country. The lifelong learning is very much important thing, because all the curriculum are all the aspects on which the educator give their heart shape, their heart and soul is not just connected to the curriculum. It is connected to the life and life lesson, as like the how they can manage their stress, how they can be a multitasking person, how they can improve their personality, how they can be able to argue with a certain point. And it also seems that the educator have a multiple engagement in a multiple work. That's why they cannot focus on what they want to deliver in the classes and what they want to deliver actually in the lecture. So we should do one thing specifically, that we should stop the engagement other than teaching. They must be engaged in the work of specifically for the task they have given. There are some strategies I can find to enhancing the teaching practices. The very first, continuous learning. It is very important both side for the learner and for the educator. If we are the educator, it is not suffice that we know everything and we have a knowledge of everything. It is also required for the educator that develop their senses, their knowledge with time. The collaboration, this is the fast growing culture that adopted by the teachers, that the collaboration, that if suppose I have a knowledge of a specific subject or a specific thing, I can collaborate with the other person who is expertise on that particular subject or particular task. The feedback and the reflections must be true and honest. It has been seen that so many times the students are not that much clear and that much very prompt with the feedback. If students' feedback is not right or not true, we cannot develop, we cannot correct the educator, and we cannot find the outcome that what we need to change or development in a the integrating technology in the classroom. This is the very important thing to enhance the engagement of the students, of the learner, that they only cannot be based on the books or on upon the other data material that is available on the internet, but even in classroom they must be engaged by some practical examinations and some practical exercises. The personalized learning is very important thing, because the technology enables the personalized learning experience, allowing the student to progress at their own pace and receive the targeted support. There are so many different tools like through the artificial intelligence, and there are so many search engines. With that, the student can search, learn the different aspects of that particular subject or the topic. Streamlining workflows, it is very important that the teacher's workflow must be streamlining, because if teacher is not that much focused or involved while the teaching or educating, it's very difficult that they can satisfy the answers and queries of the student. The teacher must be updated with the current amendments, current laws, current judgments, current situation around them. Fostering student engagement and the motivation is very much important thing, because we have different types and categories of the students. The student may be fast learner, some student may be slow learner, and as we work on a fast learner and we just ignore the slow learner students, as an educator, I believe that we should also work enough ability that they can be a fast learner. Promoting continuous professional development, and this is very important, that the educator must develop their professional skills, and the skills can be developed through the workshop, through the summit that we are participating in. The summit is one of the live example. Then reflective the practices that other FDPs, other conferences, workshops, and teachers training programs. The empowered educators, empowered students. This is so true. If educator is not empowered, they can and knowledge among the students, and the students cannot learn and cannot be at their highest peak that they can deserve. And this is my presentation is over here. And thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm so thankful that I am presenting at this platform. Hello. Can I stop my sharing of a screen? Hello. Am I audible to you?
Thanks,
Yes,
Doctor,
you are
for your
visible.
kind questions.
Is there any
From
question?
audience, if you have any questions, you can do it from Doctor. Otherwise, we have our next speakers from Indonesia.
Thank you.
We have our
Thank
next
you, sir.
speakers from Indonesia, Dr. Marfa from Indonesia. She will present their presentation regarding the International Summit on Quality Education, SDG 4. Thank you. We would like to invite Dr. Marfa from Indonesia. Dr. Marfa is here. Dr. Marfa is here. Dr. Marfa, can you hear us?
Some Marfa here, but he cannot approach. Please wait some moment.
Yeah, we will wait for a moment. Dr. Marfa, unmute your speaker. Siya? Huh?
Naubos mo yung pandesal na ano? Ikaw na kumain.
I think Dr. Marfa has a technical issue. That's why her mic says unmuted from there. We have tried a lot, but it didn't solve. Now we have a next speaker from Bangladesh, Dr. MD Hassan. We would like to invite to Dr. Hassan Ali.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Thank you, sir. Assalamu alaikum. Please, 1 second. I share my screen. Please ensure me my screen is visible.
Yeah, sure, doctor. We can see your screen.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Please accept my sincere respect and gratitude. I'm truly blessed for the second time today to have the opportunity to discuss such a great seminar. After this, Almighty Allah thanked Rukhan Institute and Higher Education, Honorable VC and Irfan sir, presenting my speech to everyone. A bit morning before that, because Bangladesh is now being massacred by the dictatorial government of Sheikh Hasina. There are mass arrests, disappearances, torture, which you will see on social media. So far, more than 900 students have been killed by direct gunfire in the last few days,
7 ako.
which is rare in history. May their souls rest in peace.
Hindi nag-present eh. Joan, hindi nag-present.
Since my time is like
Daw siya
everyone
ng paper.
else, only 15
Tamad siya
minutes.
na mag-research eh.
So I will try to finish my speech in brief.
Buti ako, marami akong kaibigan.
You are seeing my topic and my introduction on the screen.
Ryan, salita ka lang salita.
Let's start then. My topic is the role of distance learning in sustainable development education. Introduction. sustainability in education and distance learning. Uh, the Education for Sustainability Goals learning objectives states that ESD has to be understood as an integral part of quality education, inherent in the concept of lifelong learning. All educational institutions, from preschool to tertiary education and in non-formal and informal education, can and should consider it their responsibility to deal intensively with measures of sustainable development and to foster the development of sustainability competences. Distance learning, the COVID-19 pandemic has posed dramatic changes in our personal, professional, and social activities. So it is imperative to introduce the higher education system through distance learning, which has been going on for centuries and is socially and institutionally globally accepted in the field of education. The Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology can work together to ensure adequate internet access, which is the biggest obstacle in launching an online education system and using it efficiently. How can we celebrate the success of the international concept of distance education if we cannot ensure adequate internet access for students and teachers in higher education? This model can be used in all programs in the country if it succeeds in keeping higher education regular during the Corona period by introducing the desired online system efficiently in the field of education. SDG4 quality education. The SDG4 includes multiple dimensions of education, training, and development from birth to death. Specifically, entails issues such as appropriate skills development, gender parity, provision of relevant schools, infrastructure, equipment, educational materials, and resources, scholarships for teaching force. Education, uh, the elected unlocks the imagination and is fundamental for self-respect. It is the key to prosperity and opens a world of opportunities, making it possible for each of us to contribute to a progressive, healthy society. Learning benefits every human being and should be available to all. Achieving inclusive and quality education for all reforms the belief that education is one of the most powerful and proven vehicles for sustainable development. Sustainable development goal for is the education related goal of the United Nations 2030 agenda for SD, adopted in September 2015. Its overall aim is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Current context of quality education. What is our current educational context? How much is the quality of educational maintained? The questions are logical. Huge efforts are being made to develop the education system of Bangladesh and ensure the education of every citizen. But somewhere these questions seem to be in everyone's mind. Although efforts are being made to education accessible to all. Many boys and girls are deprived of education, although the participation of these boys and girls can be observed at the primary level. They end their education before the completion of the secondary level, struggle for survival, and engage in various livelihoods. Many people are left out of education and waiting for jobs, resulting resulting in increased unemployment. If the quality if the quality of education is good, then the educated people can create their own employment by utilizing that education properly. Technical education in Bangladesh. Hearing the word creative seems to add something difficult to the education system, but actually students are taking it very easily because this creative method has increased the GPA 5 grade point. The creative system was introduced with the thought of developing thinking. So its creativity is developing in the students through it. In this case, the measurement method should be kept accurate. However, the teacher's skill in this case is notable. Teachers are nation builders, play a leading role in improving the quality of education. For this, the teacher should be properly trained. Strong steps should be taken in teacher training institutes. A teacher should be a moral character, impartial, fearless, and truthful. General education 89% to 60% and others 2.70%. Technical education 0.81%. Madrasa education 7.90%. Totally 2011 is 0.71% and 2022 0.81% in last. Online learning programs. The young generation is the world greatest wealth and potential of the world in the young generation. More than one third of the total population of Bangladesh is the young generation. They are future driving force of this country economic prosperity. Currently, around 1 million students are studying at 55 government and 114 private universities across the country, except for online education programs in some private universities during Corona by COVID-19. Students of all public universities were jobless idle house heirs. A life of idleness is very harmful for the youth, both mentally and physically, considering that in almost all the countries of the world, their educational life has been kept dynamic through online education programs. But they said the sad reality is that in Bangladesh, although the online system is active and dynamic in conducting judicial proceeding, important meeting, talk shows, and even under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, there was no online activity in conducting the educational programs of the most important young generation of the country. Problems of online systems. First of all, according to universities, the biggest obstacle in introducing uh, the online system is that students living in rural areas do not have internet access. It is a reality, but there is nothing to do to eliminate this limitation. After COVID-19, even if the students get internet and Android phones, and Dhaka city is two two cities used the mobile phone or Android phone in the world. the precious waste of educational life in information and communication technology. But the young generation is always the pioneer in its application. But till that, there has been no response from any side regarding the education rights of college and university students, the most important population of the country. Even surprisingly, university students are silent on this issue. This is very, very important for the topics uh, of for the topics. The proposal is I demand immediate action to protect future generation students of the country from the course of session jam. We have to move forward by adapting to the corona pandemic, following are the suggestions to bring students back to their education through online virtual classroom teaching. Number one, every university faculty needs to take realistic initiatives to be mentally prepared to teach through online virtual classroom. Number of two, special support for the university and government is required to purchase and adequate internet facility for students to participate in video lectures through Zoom app. A special education package of internet for education can be launched. Number of three, students should also strive to earn their degrees on time by participating on online programs like in their countries for the sake of their education. Number four, many students in the country financed their education and living expenses through tuition and various temporary jobs to them. Uh, mm, uh, mm, Number five, universities will provide teachers with the necessary training and conducting online courses, conducting examinations, and producing results, either or other on other own initiative or in collaboration with UGC, University Grant Commission. I think it is possible to free students from the course of session jam if they start now, even if it's even it is delayed. At this stage, the teachers will be responsible to the nation if they are not dedicated to utilizing the valuable time of the students through online education programs in the university. If necessary, those teachers who do not have enough internet facilities should be given that facility by the initiative of the university. Poor number six, poor students and for students who do not have laptops or other necessary electronics devices to participate in online education programs can be provided educational loan by the government to purchase these educational materials. Many people think that it is not possible to give practitioner education in technical subjects online. This is not entirely correct. Their real-time PCR method used in the detection of the COVID-19 disease around the world has been mastered by online training and successfully applied in the detection of the disease after the Chinese scientists invented it. We have to remember that the online education system is not new education system. All the top 100 universities in the world, all the top 100 universities in the world, including Oxford, Harvard, Cambridge, have online education programs at all levels in education to the conventional classroom, face-to-face education system. All the world's science journal, dailies, and mass media have gone online today. Online education today is more powerful and use friendly than classroom teaching due to the even the powerful digital technologies. There are there are a lot benefits of online education system. So because I have a little time, so uh, I'm ending the movement. Now, online learning materials. Online learning materials are not just video lectures on text. Pedagogically, through the use of various information technologies, the learning materials are developed in such a way that they are suitable for self-learning. Learning is sustained and effective to interaction. Students are allowed to ask questions and interact with each other and the teacher. Currently, there are various free lecture systems available on the internet, including Zoom and Google. However, in the Western world, various customized e-learning technologies, including modules and blackboards, are used. Some also are Facebook groups to encourage students to interactive learning to exchange information and share learning materials such as presentations, e-lectures, video links, link to new publications, or e-content. As the e-learning infrastructure of universities in Bangladesh is very weak, repeated. E-learning infrastructure of universities in Bangladesh is very weak. Through the Zoom app, live lecture, interactions, recording of lectures, and uh, uploading theme to YouTube, students who cannot attend live lecture can watch and listen to the videos repeatedly. Also, students can be involved in e-learning by providing all the lectures, uh, instructions, YouTube, and other video links by running of Facebook groups that students of each course. Uh, the challenges, hesitant and major challenges. Many are somewhat hesitant about the effectiveness of online education. However, online education can be more effective than face-to-face classroom education in terms of the skills needed to acquire and use the appropriate technology. A lot of research has been done worldwide in this regard. Studies show that students retain online learning materials more than those delivered in the classroom. Another study found that e-learning takes 40 to 60% less time for students. Students can rewatch online videos and other materials, and in this case, students get many benefits in terms of personal freedom, utilization of study time, etc. In addition, the young of the 21st century have a lot of internet use skills which play a harmful role in the expansion of online education. Conducting online course is a distance learning system which is a century old and established system of education. In this case, first you have to decide which part of the course will be delivered directly to the students. Uh, but some of the things that you need to keep in mind for following the schedule properly: use of online education forums, use of audio video, list of textbook to be allowed, and above all, access to the students through all available channels. It is always better to provide text material or lecture notes with live lectures. Facebook can be used for group discussion or a topic. If you are not comfortable giving a live lecture, you can upload a pre-recorded lecture to YouTube and provide links to students. However, adding interactive or interaction through question and answer, both live or recorded, facilitate students learning. Additionally, engaging students in learning through group work is very effective. However, in this case, all students should have the opportunity to participate in technology in group work. You should provide a clear guidelines for group work and a policy for evaluating in evidence. Group activities should be simple and accessible for students to enjoy. Special attention should be paid to the delivery of learning materials in ensure that it will be understood in the absent for the teacher. In the case, self-study of the given text and PowerPoint lectures is useful for studying. And questions and answers, the main goal is student can easily understand what they read and learn. The major challenges of online learning is the assessment of students learning. Many universities around the world have electronic assessment system. However, most of our public universities don't allow students to take online live exams. In that case, arrangement can be made to take the exam through the Zoom app and send an answer sheet by email. However, adequate internet facilities and uninterrupted power supply during the experiment are a big challenge. Now, I am concluding. In this case, an open book test can be taken with questions through email. That's why teachers need to ask creative and innovative questions. The learning level of students can be measured by introducing various convenient and practical assessment such as online quiz, test, group work assessment, personal assignment, oral test by messenger, Zoom app, or other application, etc. Now, conclusion. The COVID-19 pandemic has posed dramatic changes in our personal, professional, and social activities. So it is imperative to introduce the higher education system through distance learning, which has been going on for centuries, and the socially, institutionally, globally accepted in the field of education. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thanks to all. I'm touching your feet.
Thank you, Dr. Hassan Ali, for your kind presentations. If the audience have any questions, you can do it. Otherwise, we have our next speakers. We are going to the next speakers from Thailand, Shinawatra Universities. Dr. Doris. Dr. Doris, welcome. Welcome for your presentation regarding the International Summit on Quality Education SDG Board. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon from Thailand.
Okay, so this is the case. So a
Good
dancer
afternoon.
faces the challenges forgetting the moves. Even though
Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, sure. We can see your screen. Sure.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today as a presenter from Shinawatra University, Thailand. It is a privilege to share our case studies and our knowledge about sustainable development goal for quality education. The title of my presentation is Educating for a Sustainable Future, Integrating SDG 4 and SDG 13 in Schools. So I don't waste more time to define what Sustainable Development Goal is or SDG 4 is, because we've had lots of experienced speakers talking on it. For SDG 13, it is taking urgent action to combat climate change and its impact. So the purpose of this presentation today is to show how we can integrate SDG 13 into quality education in schools. Quality education empowers individuals with the knowledge and skills, critical thinking, and innovation for sustainable solutions. So what are the importance of SDG 4? It empowers individuals with the knowledge and skills to address global challenges. It also promotes critical thinking, creativity, and innovation, enabling individuals to develop solutions to complex, sustainable issues. What are the challenges we have for SDG 4? Access to education, equity in education, quality of education, education financing, and education in emergencies. We have different opportunities for SDG 4, which include technological innovation, global partnership, sustainable development integration, empowerment of marginalized groups, and lifelong learning. When we talk about access to education, we all know that all fingers are not equal. And there are many reasons why different people all over the world don't have access to education. Some have access to education, but they don't have access to quality education. So what we do is we partner with local organizations in the rural area. The pictures you are seeing here are pictures from selected schools in Nigeria, where we fund the school fees, the tuition fees of selected children from marginalized areas, from underprivileged families. Through this program, we've been able to help different families, almost 100 students within a few years, to be able to achieve high school education. And many of them in this picture are already in the universities or doing one vocational study or another. As I described earlier, the title is Integrating SDG 13 into SDG 4. Sustainable Development Goal number 14 is Partnership of Goals. We are asked to achieve our goals before 2030. And sometimes we cannot do one individually. We have to integrate one into another to be able to achieve the desired outcome. So here we focus on target 13.3, which is building knowledge and capacity to meet climate change. How do we do this? A study we conducted recently. This was conducted in some schools in Thailand. We were able to ask some teachers and school owners the best way to teach environmental education in schools. From the respondents, we have drama, arts and songs, educational trips, field visits, video games. It was also asked different options on how to teach environmental education in school. We have various answers like after-school program, integrating it into the subjects, also teaching it as a separate subject, and forming school clubs. We have different benefits and impacts of integrating SDG 13 into SDG 4. First of all, it's difficult to teach climate action because of the different terminologies, scientific terminologies that the students might not be able to comprehend if it is not simplified. So this method helps to effectively teaching of EE in schools in a way that it is more comfortable for the teachers, and it also offers holistic chance in achieving effective understanding and experiences. It also offers connections across all disciplines, and it helps the students to develop more understanding skills. It is also important in promoting environmental responsibility and stewardship. This is a case study of some of our programs. The first one is environmental debate competitions. You know that students, they like exciting opportunities. They like exciting activities. So what we do here is we select different topics, environmental topics, and present them as a form of competition among students. So different schools in the same area were brought together and the topics were given to them. The competition was held, and at the end of the day, the winners were rewarded. Not only the winners, all the participants, all the judges, everyone here, you can see the non-participants were there because it was an exciting program. We provided entertainment for them too. We also have environmental essay competitions. It's still almost the same thing with environmental debates, but sometimes, you know, some people have public speaking problem, so they prefer writing. So in this case, we tend to have different ideas from students on how to promote sustainability in their rural areas. We give them topics to write on, and it's amazing to read through all their essays because some of them were as young as 13, 12 years, 14, 15 years, but ideas they presented in these essays were alarming. If they are implemented by the necessary authority, I think we will have a better place. So this is to show that it is not only classroom learning. Through these activities, we promote the quality of education we are giving to students. They are the leaders of tomorrow. So the quality of education they are receiving is very important. And it doesn't have to be in the cities. Those in the rural areas, they have the right to quality education. We also go to schools to teach environmental education for students, from kindergarten to primary to secondary schools. We simplify the topics and present them in form of workshop, in form of games, different methods that are okay for the suitable audience. This approach is very welcome because most of the schools, they don't have the topic of environmental education, and some of the students are excited to learn new things. This is also EE for students, but this is online learning. So some students in Thailand, especially children from the refugee community, they don't have access to physical schools. So there's an organization here that promotes online classes for them. So here I volunteer to teach them environmental education, but I integrate it into English. So it's not like I'm teaching them environmental education. I'm teaching them English, but I infuse environmental education into it. Another thing we do is workshop for teachers. During the survey we carried out, one of the problems identified is lack of awareness by the teachers on what to teach. They don't know what to teach. They don't know about environmental education. And you don't expect to have a quality education for the students if the teachers are not taught properly. So what we do here is we organize workshops for teachers. It can be online, it can be physical. And these are some of the responses, the feedback we got from the teachers at the end of the workshop. So most of them were inspired, said that the workshop was valuable, interesting, well constructed, understood, insightful, informative. And after this workshop, they promise to take the knowledge they gained to the classrooms. So what are the recommendations for action? To achieve quality education in schools, we need hands-on learning and field trips, in this case, to understand climate change better. Curriculum development across all the grade levels. More environmental issues should be covered. Teacher training and professional development. Engaging the students in tree planting, beach cleaning, gardening, waste sorting, recycling, and composting. Also, we need community and stakeholder involvement. Use of technology and innovation, policy advocacy and implementation. This is very important because there's a limit to what we can do. We can teach, we can propose, but implementation has to be done by the necessary authority. Resource allocation, monitoring and evaluation, and finally, encouraging the students to think globally and act locally. In conclusion, improving access to education is very important in achieving quality education. Enhancing the quality of education. Quality of education doesn't have to be expensive. It has to be affordable. Increasing education funding. This can be done by individuals, organizations, as well as government. So all hands must be on deck to be able to achieve this. Leveraging technology. I'm happy I listened to most of the talks about technology because many schools in the rural areas, they don't have access to technology. And we know in the world today, technology is playing a huge role in learning better. Engaging the stakeholders. So in conclusion, by implementing these strategies, we can achieve and make significant progress towards achieving SDG 4 and ensuring that everyone has access to quality education. Thank you everyone for listening, and I'm free to entertain questions, please.
Thank you, Dr. Doris from Srinathra University of Thailand. As you know, I have talked an email with Dr. Venus and your representative as well. As you know, we have signed MOUs a few months ago between Srinathra University and Rohan Institute of Higher Education.
Yeah.
According to the MOUs, we have joined seminars, workshops, research projects, and research papers on a certain areas, even though we have mentioned some exchange program, but we hope we would get to implement all these things. It's a part of that we have invited you in this valuable international summit on quality education SDG 4. Thank you. We are very thankful from the administrations of Srinathra University of Thailand. And also we are grateful from you to present your valuable presentations to our participants and speakers. Now our participants or speakers, if you have any questions regarding presentations, Dr. Doris is here. You may ask. Thank you. If you have any question, otherwise we have our next speakers from Philippines, Dr. Rendo from Philippines. We will move to the next speaker. If you have any questions, you can do it. Do you have any questions? Yeah, we would like to our next speakers as Dr. Randy from Philippines.
Good afternoon, Mabuhay. Greetings from the Philippines. Am I audible, Professor Irfan?
Yeah, good afternoon. We can see you, we can hear you. Thank you. Let's start.
Great. So thank you so much. Greetings again from the Philippines. Mabuhay. I'm from General Santos City, Philippines, and I'll be sharing. I was so happy to hear all of the sharings this afternoon and all of the theories, which, and of course, recommendations that you've shared about the importance of SDG for the quality education. But my presentation will just be discussing about, or will be sharing with you the practices or the initiatives that our institution have taken in the past years in doing some integration of the SDG4 or the SDGs in our curriculum as well. Now, let me share my screen. And please let me know if you're seeing it. Can you see my screen now, Professor?
Yeah, sure. We can see your screen.
Okay, that's great. So once again, I'm Randy Roldan Lanoso. I'm from General Santos City, Philippines, and I'll be sharing with you the initiatives of our institution, the Georgie Ilagan International Schools, about integration of the SDGs in our curriculum as an institution. So as you are aware, SDG 4 is a commitment to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. So this goal is pivotal driver for positive change, emphasizing the transformative power of education, fostering a sustainable and equitable world. And I guess, and I know that you will also agree that this particular SDG is also very important in order for us to understand the rest of the SDGs. And that's actually educating what's the purpose of why we need to address these 17 SDGs or Sustainable Development Goals. Now, just to introduce, our school is Georgie Ilaga International Schools, and you can see we have also different international, it's a network of highly specialized international schools in hospitality, tourism, culinary, and entrepreneurship. Side by side, we have also branches offering primary, secondary, and senior high school programs as well in the country. Our founders, we have Ms. Georgie Ilagan Bian. Actually, the name was named after her. Ms. Georgie Ilagan Bian, and our COO is Ms. Nicole Nina Bian Ledesma. So they are actually running all 8 schools as of this time, and they started this business in 1982. The real name of this company is the Georgie Ilagan Career Center Foundation. So it was really built to provide quality education to those who cannot afford education in Mindanao. And if you know where is Mindanao, it's another archipelago. Philippines was divided into 3 archipelagos, and we are in the southern part of the country. So it started in 1982 with these classrooms, and it actually our 42nd year running the school with the Georgie Ilagan College of Business and Tourism. We have the Institute of International Culinary and Hospitality Entrepreneurship, and the Georgie Ilagan International School of Hotel and Tourism Management, where I am currently working right now, though I am holding a position in corporate office. This is also our school in Davao City, which is the International Management School. And in 2018, we built another school, which is the primary school, offering elementary, high school, junior high school, and senior high school programs, the Stockbridge American International School. So these are the programs. Why we are so proud? I'm proud of sharing the institution because one of the reasons is making international partners. You are all aware the 17th SDG is collaboration and partnership. Even before pandemic, we already initiated or, we started already making partnerships across the world. We have partners from Work Skills in Australia. We have also partner in America, and we have also partner in the United Kingdom. So again, even before pandemic, we've been doing this particular partnerships and linkages to ensure the quality education we provide to our institution and to our students as well and to our stakeholders. And these are the diplomas that our students will be receiving, or the certificates they will receive right after they graduate from our international education partners. Knowing that we're living in the southern part of the country, and the education is kind of expensive if we're going to enroll in take or degrees in the northern part or the capital cities in Manila or in Cebu. So that's why the owner thought of like bringing what's best in the world to Mindanao. That's why when they graduate, our graduates also will receive those certificates right there or during their graduation ceremonies. And of course, what we provide to our graduates, we also provide global opportunities. So when we are, thinking about SDG 4, it's not just about thinking of the theories, what we can do. It's all about taking actions, putting these reasons, putting those plans, putting those initiatives into action. Because it will become useless if we'll just talk and talk, share something, and we're not taking action. And aside from making partnerships and providing certificates or diplomas to our stakeholders, especially to our students, we also provide global opportunities. That is why we even send our students for on-the-job training or immersions to the industry locally, nationally, and internationally. So we even sent students. Recently, we sent 35 students to the United States of America for their work immersions in, industry immersion. Aside from that, those who cannot or who can afford actually to take the educational tour, we also offer different educational tours to see different perspectives. That's actually one way of to give an affirmation to what we are saying, what we are teaching, and what we are doing in order for them to become better individuals in the society. So we're sharing, exploring the world using also different platforms. So aside from the educational tour, we embedded also this particular tour in our curriculum that our students are required to take one of any of the educational tours available in every terms or every semester. We also make sure that we provide professional development programs. So we really send our faculty members to represent a school, to present some papers, research papers in Hong Kong, in America, or anywhere where their papers accepted. As well as, of course, we cannot get all of those partnerships, linkages, if we don't also invest. As you have said earlier, for many of the speakers earlier, we need to do something with the infrastructures. We have to invest. Yes, as I said, we have this idea, we're international school, so that is why we make sure that we provide the quality education. It's accompanied with the state-of-the-art facilities. So what they can see in the industry can also be found in our school. The same also with the curriculum. So since that we have educational partners in Australia, UK, and USA, we also ask them to check what we are offering. We also ask them to check our curriculum so that we can align what they need and what we can do for our students. Now, the question may be for some of you, like, how about those who cannot afford? That's a question. Well, we offer different programs, and one of which is, of course, the School of International Studies, where those students can receive international education, certifications or diplomas. But also we offer School of Work and Study program, where those students who cannot afford that much, at least they can also get a degree in a lower cost. So that's why we offer this School of Work and Study program, which we also offer this every Saturday and Sunday for those working students who are working every Mondays to Fridays daily. So as I said, we have also this program, Hospitality, Tourism, Culinary, and Entrepreneurship. That's both for international studies, and for study for work program. And as I said, only those who are working every Monday to Friday can avail this particular program so that they can also get a degree. And why we are offering this one? It's a short program. Basically, it's time conducive for our learners. And employability, we focus on competencies, what qualifications, just like what our recent speaker have mentioned about competencies and those skills which are needed by the industry. And of course, this is affordable education. That's the second program that we're offering. Okay. Now, we have also some success stories as I'd like to share it with you. There are so many students now working in the industry, in cruise ship, in abroad, in other countries. In the Philippines, people or students would really want to see the world. They wanted to explore different industries as well, cruise ship, airline, and hotel, and so on. So these are just some examples of our successful graduates already. And how do we do all of these things, integrating SDGs? And as I said, this is very important because it will now tell us or give an example for those for people, especially to our students, how can we address or meet or achieve the 17 SDGs? This is quality education. And we need to integrate, this is my advocacy as well, to make sure that what we are doing as the director for academics is to ensure that each and every activity of the student can actually address our SDGs, or somehow, if not all, at least one or two. Yeah. So recently we had this wonderful activities as well. We hosted several webinars in which this events were actually organized by our students. So our students have known already, they knew already the importance of SDGs. That is why they thought of the theme. They make sure that they get also brilliant speakers to share their thoughts about affordable and clean energy, EcoQuest of pioneering paths for climate action, and of course sustainability in achieving SDG 3. These are just sample. And we hosted also one of the biggest events in Mindanao, the Student Power Conference, where we invited 11 speakers, including myself, and to talk different issues such as green initiatives in hospitality and tourism, advocating for responsible tourism, maximizing engagement, community engagement, and ethical leadership in hospitality. And we entitled this one a sustainability and industry game. And with different perspectives, coming speakers from the industry, from the academy, and of course from the committee leaders, it actually gives more value to our participants, that that there is really a need, and there's also good initiatives or best practices that the industry can share with us. Aside from that, our school have this program, the JIBCs and the JIB Cares. The JIB Cares is a community extension and outreach program brand under the Office of the Community Extension Services of the Georgie Ilaga International Schools. This is really our program, which is to help, support, empower, and to develop. And of course, it refers to the sustainable programs. It's not just merely outreach, but of course to sustain. Meaning there's consistency in developing, we're seeing where we are going, etc. So this is also the JABCs, the Social Engagement and Extension Services. It facilitates the implementation of activities geared towards community development and empowerment through corporate social responsibility, positive youth development, and professional outreach. So these initiatives, again, it's the whole school community initiatives. I personally brought all the stakeholders, make sure or they're well represented, so we can discuss further what we can do for our community. And we've been doing this before pandemic. When we started here 2012 in General Santos City, we already explore our community in the city and make sure that we address some issues and problem. And I keep on saying this, community extension programs and services and these SDGs are actually everybody's business. So it's not just about problem or issues of the government, but this is everyone's issue. This is everyone's business. So we need to take action. So even our students should also be part of that. And what's involved, as I said, these are the people: students, faculty, staff, community, government, and other organizations. Our faculty and staff, we cannot end the term or semester without doing something for our community. So we have adopted, barangay. We have barangay Tejanga Store. These are the barangay that we adopted in the past 3 years, and we have these programs each and every semester of the academic year. And we have these activities for the kids. We even give donations in case of emergencies, during the earthquake, during flood, etc., etc. Then we have also, just to show you some, exhibits as well. This was during pandemic that, we didn't stop. We also give, donations to our community. We conducted, as I said, health and wellness, free consultations, medical consultations, and on your right side, the women. This is actually educating them, their power. We provide them also baking training for the bread and pastry productions, and so on. We also, aside from adopt a barangay program, we have also adopt a school program. So as international school, we are actually helping small institutions. This actually, Roque Darna Integrated School is like around 25 kilometers from our institution. And we really wanted to help the school, et cetera, et cetera. So we provide training and development, the learning support, the technology support. We send also tables and chairs. We provide computers as well for their faculty members, for their students to do some hotel management system with their classes and on. And this one is our adopt. Aside from the adopt a school, adopt a barangay, we have also adopt a community program. This one is a skills training development program, which we need to travel like 3 hours from our city to this particular municipality to meet these indigenous women weavers in South Cotabato, which is the LCY. And it's in partnership with the ABS-CBN Foundation and Ayala Foundation. So Ayala provide all the equipment, tools and equipment, ingredients, and ABS-CBN Foundation, was our mediator. So we provide, the school provides the training and the development programs. So just to share quickly what we did. Yeah, if you notice, we even cross rivers just to reach the community and make sure we deliver the training that they need. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, these are just the examples. And even during pandemic, because we took the video before pandemic, and we conducted some of the trainings during like online. So we've met also the team, and they also do some baking. They have some cooking. They just need to show us what they are doing. We send also video clips, which they can follow and etc. So those are just some of the initiatives that we took when during pandemic and even after or before pandemic. So they were all successful. They're now offering. They have us community, restaurant. They have their own. They even show this one how they cook. Food using bamboo and etc. So again, it's about time. Maybe we're kind of late of addressing the SDG 17, but I guess it's not too late, to collaborate, to make partnerships, and make sure that we take action. We do not just meet here for no reason. I know we're doing this because we want to have collaboration. I know we're doing this because we want to do some bigger and brighter and excellent, initiatives that we can address somehow some, if not all, the SDG 17. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you, Doctor, for your kind and valuable presentation, and we are appreciates the activities which you are doing in your schools, even though we appreciate your administration and academic staff to work for sustainable development goals, even though you have shared the stories related to SDGs. And we are also working on sustainable development goals which are beneficial for our community, for our students, even though for our institutes. And we hope to work in collaboration with partner organizations and other related organizations which they would like to interested to do a cooperation coordinations in futures, like in a shape of research projects, seminars, workshops, webinars. And we are committed to all these. Thank you once again for your kind presentations. From audience, if you have any questions regarding to this presentation, you may do it. Otherwise, we have our next speakers from Philippines, Dr. Rabina. We have from Philippines. If you have any questions, you can do it. Otherwise, we will move to the next speakers. The next speaker is Dr. Rina from Philippines.
Anong picture ko? Profile pic yan eh. Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Irfan, for this international conference and then accepting us as part of your this program. Not only me, but also the other members of the organization. Yeah, so my paper is about, thank you so much, sir. My paper is about the pedagogical approaches in education towards sustainable development goals by Dr. Pila, faculty member, Rizal Technological University, my dear. Continue. Ano yan? Yeah. Teka, wait. Yeah, okay. Sustainable define. The origin of this concept is a 1987 report to the United Nations by the World Commission on Environment and Development entitled Our Common Future. Yeah, in the view of the authors of the report, sustainable development involves economic and environmental changes that meet the needs of the present, especially of the world
Okay,
poor.
hello. Thank you.
Without the world poor, without jeopardizing the needs of the future. Yeah. So while the focus of the sustainable development is on physical sustainability, so there must also be a concern for equity within the current generation and for future generation. So a key event in the history of global environmentalism indeed of globalization was the 1992 meeting in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, labeled the Earth Summit, but formally titled United Nations Conference on Environment and Development. So in other words, this is a definition of sustainable development. What is to be sustained, how long, and what is to be developed. So nature, the earth, biodiversity, ecosystem. And then for the people, child survival, life expectancy, education, equity, equal opportunity. So for the life support, we need to sustain ecosystem, services, resources, environment, in support only most but and economy, the wealth, productive sectors, consumption, and for community, culture, groups, places, and for the society, institutions, social, capital, states, and regions. Okay, so in other words, education is essential for everyone because through education, the people can liberate them from poverty and then ignorance. Since people is the most important element of the state, we need to improve the proper education or the quality education for everyone. No, so this is based on this is the concept of the UNESCO 2014 based on the sustainability. Education is often referred to as education for sustainable development. So education for sustainable development allows every human being to acquire the knowledge, skills, attitude, and values necessary to shape a sustainable future. So this is for sustainable development means including by sustainable development issues into teaching and learning. For example, we have the problem in terms of the climate change, disaster risk reduction, biodiversity, poverty reduction, and sustainable consumption. It also requires participatory teaching and learning methods that motivate and empower learners to change their behavior and take action for sustainable development. So education for sustainable development consequently promotes competencies like critical thinking, imagining future scenarios, and making decisions in a collaborative way. So I jot down the following statistics in terms of the problem confronting across the world in terms of education. So this is the illiteracy rate among all adults over 15 years old in 2022 by world region. So in 2022, the illiteracy rate among adults aged 15 years old and older was 32% in sub-Saharan Africa. In South Asia, the illiteracy rate was 26%. Adult illiteracy rate is defined as the percentage of the population aged 15 and older who can read or write, even though illiteracy continues to persist around the world. Illiteracy level had been reduced significantly over the past decades. So this is about the educational attainment worldwide in 2020 by gender and level. So there's a problem regarding gender education in terms of disparity by gender and level. So according to the Global Gender Gap Report 2020, 88% of female worldwide had primary education compared to 91% of males. So by comparison, more females than males had attained tertiary education. So the Global Gender Index benchmark national gender gaps on economic, political, education, and health-based criteria. So Iceland, considered as the leading country with a score of 0.87 in 2020. So share of people with tertiary education in OECD or the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development and affiliated countries in 2022 by country. So number one is Canada, of course. Canada, about 63%, followed by Japan, which is about 56% of the population completed a tertiary education, and Ireland, roughly 54%, and India, on the other hand, had less than 13% of the adult population had completed tertiary education in 2022. So the number of pupils in primary education worldwide from 2000 to 2020. So the number of pupils in primary education worldwide increased over the past year, while around 650 million children were enrolled in primary school. In 2000, the number reached nearly 740 million pupils in 2020. So the highest number of pupils, however, were registered in 2018, peaking at 742 million. During the same time period, more and more pupils completed primary education, standing at nearly 90% in 2019. So these are the annual expenditure in terms of education per student. So number one is Luxembourg, Norway, Iceland, United States, Denmark, Austria, Sweden, Korea, Belgium, Australia, United Kingdom, Italy, and then Poland. Okay, so in terms of education, the important aspect is number one is the administration, the teacher, okay, pedagogical approach or regarding the procedure in teaching, at the same time curriculum. Okay, so in terms of the curriculum based on the SDG, we have, it should be environmental sustainability, economic sustainability, and social sustainability. So number one, for environmental sustainability, there should be covered the following: natural resources management, food and farming, ecological system, waste, water, energy, biodiversity, and climate change. In terms of economic sustainability, we have the alternative futures, leadership and change, corporate or CSR, consumerism and trade, globalization of economy, accountability and ethics, international development, sustainable ethical, tourism and population. Social sustainability, sustainable communities, cultural diversity, intercultural understanding, sustainability in the built-up environment, travel, transport and mobility, health and well-being, peace and security and conflict, citizenship, government, democracy, human rights, and needs. So these are the following suggestions or recommendation towards pedagogical approach in education for sustainable development. One is critical reflection, including the more traditional lecture, but also newer approaches such as reflexive accounts, learning journals, and discussion group. Number two, systemic thinking and analysis, the use of real-world case studies and critical incidents, project-based learning, stimulus, activities, and the use of the campus as a learning resource. Number three, participatory learning with emphasis on group of or peer learning, developing the dialogue, experiential learning, action research learning to act, and developing case studies with local community group and business. So thinking creatively for future scenarios by using role play, real world inquiry, future visioning, problem-based learning, and providing space for emergence and collaborative learning, including contributions from guest speaker, work-based learning, interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary working, and collaborative learning and co-inquiry. Thank you for this opportunity and listening to my research paper. Thank you, Dr. Irfan. God bless everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor, for your kind presentations.
Yeah.
You deliver in a good way your presentations.
Yeah, thank you.
We are very grateful from your kind presentations. From audience, if you have any questions, you can do it. Otherwise, we have our next speakers, which is Sushant Kumar from India. If you have any questions, you can do it. Otherwise, we would like to move to the next speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any question? Thank you. Thank you for your kind presentation. Welcome, Dr. Sushant Kumar.
Good afternoon to everyone. This is Dr. Sushant Kumar Dubey from Amity University, Patna, India. I will be reflecting on sustainable development goals in the context of education in India, because education plays a major role in achieving sustainable development goal. When we talk about education system in India and the role of education system in achieving sustainable development goal, we have to concentrate, we have to focus on certain points. I will be reflecting on that. Education is a very vast subject. India in the 21st century, surging ahead through its innovative flagship programs to achieve the QAEI factor, to achieve SDG on education within a time frame, to ensure that no one is left behind, as SDG emphasizes. There is need for adequate physical infrastructure, safe, inclusive environments that nurture learning outcome for all, regardless of sex, background, or disability status. In general, the government, with the existing NGOs and civil societies, have to play a very effective role in order to bring significant improvement in the education sector in India. Further, NGOs who play the complementary as well as supplementary role to the concerned efforts of the government agencies in imparting education at different levels need to actively and efficiently impart their role in achieving SDGs across different goals. Similarly, efforts should also be made by NGOs and civil society to raise general awareness and sensitize the community about the positive and rationale of quality education for their own benefit. Despite the large number and multiplicity of flagship programs, their effective implementation and monitoring can pave the way for better results. In view of their huge number and variety, there is much less justification to start new flagship programs rather than strengthening the existing ones for more effective implementation. Lack of proper coordination among various programs and the organization's ministries concerned for achievement of the common goal has found to be generally responsible for duplication of efforts, wastage of time and financial resources, loss of complementarities, and ineffective division of labor, all leading to low quality learning outcomes. Positive learning outcomes, qualified teachers, close proximity to school, relevant curricula, provision of proper infrastructure, including blackboards and boundary walls, safe drinking water facilities, usable toilets, MDMS are some of the deciding factors that influence the demand for quality education in India. Regardless of the RTE enactments in India, still millions of children are out of school is a matter of grave concern. At this juncture, conditional cash transfer schemes can play a transformative role unless the parents are convinced about the benefits that education can bring in their lives. Sustainable Development Goals agenda has a very balanced approach towards quality education and decent productive jobs. It provides a scope for regional cooperation in South Asia, and sharing of best practices in neighboring areas can combat cross-domain challenges. As indicated above, all the goals are interlinked together. So there is need to involve all stakeholders relevant to SDGs. There is need to coordinate the state and central plans to ensure equity in education outcomes, along with the need to invest in quality learning and the importance of technical and vocational training in the education sector. The allocation of adequate funds to education sector in India is an essential prerequisite condition for improving access, quality, and learning outcomes, and of course, safety and security of the children. Standardization, harmonization, and periodicity of data related to education would help to measure and quantify the SDG 4 effectively. These indicators can be compared across all states as well as across districts to measure the achievements. This exercise will also help in understanding where the states lag behind so that targeted policies and interventions can be directed to achieve desired education outcomes. For that, it will be essential to strengthen data set from administrative and household sources. India has already identified the nodal ministries and departments for each goal that shows the sincerity of the government approach to achieve sustainable development goals. Education is a cross-cutting issue and a goal in itself, which calls for an intersectoral actions and initiatives along with the allocation of adequate resources to finance education need to be strictly implemented and reviewed on a regular basis. Even when we talk about employability when it comes to education, that if one is highly educated, well educated, he should be in a position to acquire a good position in the job sector. And what we see in Indian context, that access to education for all is already a major challenge. Why I'm saying it's a major challenge? Because moreover, for many social groups, schooling doesn't lead to economic integration and the end of poverty. Due to the depth of social exclusion and the low recognition of diplomas, often time spent in schools does not seem as profitable as time spent working or learning a manual trade. Despite impressive growth rate in the 2000s, India has yet to raise the standard of living of its citizens as a whole. Poverty remains endemic, with half of the population living on less than $2 a day. A large part of the population is still largely rural, has so far benefited little from economic growth. The famous Indian middle class that invades the luxury shopping malls represents at most only 15% of the population. It is made up of Indians at the top of the social pyramid, not the mass of the population. So, as Amartya Sen pointed out, that education should reach each and every schools that we find in rural villages across India. Because when we talk about villages, when we talk about rural India, 60 to 70% of the population reside there. So if we want to achieve significant outcome in terms of sustainable development goal, we have to think how to improve education system in rural areas. And that also teaching must be practically exposed to students. Apart from that, moreover, India has generated almost 2 crore jobs in the last 5 years, and we are hoping for more in future to come. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your information. The another participant is Elena. Elena, may I hear?
Rina.
Yeah, Elena, yeah.
Yes, greetings. Greetings. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Everything is all right. Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I have to tell you that I congratulate you with this wonderful event. And we are talking today about the education. And education, I think that it's extremely important process for learning during the whole life. And especially, I have to pay attention that we say, even from the Soviet Union period of time, that learning is a process during the whole life. And when we got the goal, number 4 of Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, we started thinking more about inclusive education and a lot of standards, for example, for teachers, professors today are included, information and communication technologies and digital sovereignty of our state also under this process of education. And I would express, for example, my personal experience that my mom, she works at school, and she used to study all the time to work with the children, especially new informational and communication technologies, especially how to use, for example, Neuralinks, how to use the new technologies to improve the skills, or for example, to get the e-learning. For example, if some people cannot get the access for the education, they can get this education for free. And I prepared for you also the presentation. And this presentation is about this goal number 4, ensure inclusive and equitable equality education and promote quality education, lifelong learning opportunities for all. And of course, the right to education in Russia, I will talk. And if you have any questions during my presentation, you of course can ask me. Of course, this global agenda, which comes to us, and it says that you are never late to learn. It means everything. For the goal number 4, education is classified as well as a public good which implies the responsibility of the state in this sphere and determines the key characteristics of the education service: non-competitiveness, non-exclusivity, trust-based nature, and public funding, and especially the need to ensure the possibility of obtaining professional education, including the higher education for life, is fixed. And we can say that a gradual transition to free higher education is expected. For example, for Russian Federation today, we have this opportunity to everybody to get the free education, especially, for example, for me as a professor at the university. Sometimes we also get the programs at the Moscow State Institute of International Relations for free, but the education is extremely expensive. But at the same time, they provided a lot of free education during the International Congress. For example, today, the Rohan Institute of Higher Education provide us extremely interesting opportunity, and it's a wonderful event for us to improve our skills towards the education. And for example, this document towards 2030, New Vision for Education establishes countries' obligation to increase the level of education funding to ensure equality. And we have to remember that educated people, those are the people who will play a lot of the great role in the future for the country and economic growth as well. And here we can see the free mechanism for achieving goals contain the following algorithms, such as create an infrastructure that ensures equal access to education at all levels, including higher education and even after the higher education. Then we can see that this can be possible for the people with disabilities. Today in Russia, we also have the equipments for the people to study at all universities, even sometimes the universities which didn't provide the education for the people with disabilities. Today we see that we have for free the education for the people who has the problem with health, and create an expanded inclusive environmental education for everybody. Even to mix, before that in Soviet Union, we had, for example, the division for classes according to the level of education, the level of the skills which has children and also the adult people. But today, we also see the mixed classes with inclusive education, and it's very important to increase the number of scholarship in general, and for the developing countries in particular. And I would tell you that Russia today provide more than ever the possibility for foreigners to study at different universities. And I would tell you that, for example, Moscow Friendship University of Ruden is providing thousands of scholarships to study for free at the university. Other universities, for example, to improve their skills in arts, in also military sphere, in the sphere of technological progress. And in diplomacy, we also have in our diplomatic academy opportunity for foreigners to study. We provide the courses for the foreign diplomats for 2 weeks. It's short-term courses, but it's very completed and full of different experiences, and a lot of professors, not only from our diplomatic academy, but also from other universities. They participate in a lot of practitioners involved in this. And we see that today, as never, we have more than 30,000 scholarships for foreigners to study in Russian universities. And big up tutors' status by their professional training and ensuring a decent salary. Of course, it's extremely important that a professor has a good salary, which provide the good quality of life, because it's very vital for the people to have a good salary. And the strategic directions for the development of higher education to strengthen the relationship between science and education, strengthen the research functions of universities. And here I can also pay attention that Russian Academy of Science, today we celebrated 300 years of this Academy of Science. There are so many different type of the divisions, and every single week we can see the meetings with ambassadors and with the representatives of different universities, foreign universities, and sign the agreements for the scientific projects for the researchers and to give the opportunity to provide it. As well, I would tell you that science is one of the leading instruments to develop the country and expand the involvement of employers and trade unions. For example, private government cooperation is extremely important. That's the reason why sometimes it involved different companies, entrepreneurs in this process. Develop open education. It means that if you are not able to be directly at the university, you can make it in distance to get e-learning education, and of course in other correspondence form, and strengthen international cooperation and cross-border education. Of course, if you are international lawyer, for example, it's extremely important to get the education with colleagues from foreign universities to get this opportunity to make better yourself. And sometimes even among the academic society, they can see that SDGs and principles of international law. If the SDG, it's the principle of international law. And it was very interesting that one of the decisions and one of the judges of the International Court of Justice of the United Nations said that in his dissenting opinion on the decision in Gabchikov and Maroch case, called that sustainability is a new fundamental principle of modern international law. And principle of sustainable development has firmly entered the conceptual apparatus of international public law. As you see that every day is a school day, it's true that there is a general consensus among academics, governments, and donors that higher education institutions are the strategic resources that should be harnessed to achieve sustainable development, and their contribution to achieving the SDGs comes in many forms, from integrating the SDGs into curricula to producing research and data on sustainable development and building the necessary skills and knowledge base critical to sustainable development. And I also can mention today here, because we have a lot of participants and it's broadcasting event in the world, I would tell you that in Russian Friendship University in November, it should be extremely interesting event also for you, for the participation about the sustainable development goals. And even at distance, you can participate in this event. And there are different objectives of proven educational activities in the context of applying the methodology of sustainable development. It's a volume of self-training for students, updating and increasing the prestige of ongoing educational programs, creating conditions for choosing individual educational trajectories and master's programs and profiles and senior undergraduate courses. Minors additional profiles will be developed. Bachelor's degree graduates will have the opportunity to enroll in any areas and master's program in related areas of training. Also changing the role of the teacher in society, who ceased to be a monopoly sources of information, but plays the role of a mentor in the educational process and the role of a consultant in the framework of student self-development. As well, we can see that the conditions will be created for the development of the system for advanced training of teaching staff in the field of e-learning and distance educational technologies. And we see that the digital sovereignty of the state are also improving, and we see so many interesting programs for the students as well, for the aged people who are already on pension, and they had the opportunity to continue study something new to make their life better, the quality of life in increasing, and involving representatives of large employees in shaping the educational agenda developed of educational program in foreign languages, introduction of form of bilingual education. And of course, this idea of learning model, significant expansion and reformation of additional education system. I also sent to you the SDG Russian report about the education and how we improved the education. And I would say a few words that the education started from very early age. I mean that until 3 years early childhood education. And there are so many opportunities, for example, to give this education at home with professors at the kindergarten for such little kids. And then we see the pre-primary education for 5 years. It's pre-kindergarten, and then it's also school primary education, lower secondary education, upper secondary education, and post-secondary education. And we also see that it's possible to study at the university, bachelor degree and master degree. And we are coming back also to the Soviet Union process. I mean that we had the 5-year study of the education of specialists. And today, some universities coming back to this formula to study according to the standards of the Soviet Union. And of course, it's a different type of the advanced research program, candidate of science diploma. We don't have the PhD, but we have the candidate of legal science, for example, candidate of biological science or something else. And of course, we always have to improve every 5 years at our work. We have to come back to the university and for 1 year spend studying more profoundly something which is very important for our educational process. I think that in this case, I also have to mention that we had a lot of amendments in our constitution. We had the federal law legislation about the education, which strictly also give the opportunity and the right to education in Russia. And for example, until the 18 years, all kids, they got the education. It's like 99% and 5% the population of Russian Federation get the education for free. Of course, the level of education is higher in state universities. It's a little bit different with private schools, such as in Anglo-Saxon world. And we have the amendments about the technologies in our constitution and everywhere, in all spheres. And the topic about the cybersecurity is extremely important because sometimes we see the involvement in this process of for example, we see that artificial intelligence is developed, and these instruments also coming into force in educational process. And I would express this sometimes. We see that some words of the students, they can be written by the machine, like technological machine. And unfortunately, we try to also fight with it, but at the same time, it can be great help to prepare the material, but we cannot leave our brain without work. That's the reason why we also pay attention to this new sphere, and it's under the development. And I would tell you, thank you so much for giving me the word. If you have any questions, you can ask me, and organizers, you do the great job by providing this topic for all of us to discuss and listen the stories from the people around the world. Thank you so much. Wonderful.
Yes, can I ask a question? Shared thoughts, yes. Thanks so much for this time that you shared very well, highly propounded, narrated historical facts about Russian education. Really, I do appreciate very much. But one thing that I would like to react regarding the way the utterances that you had during this webinar is that I think, Madam, can you provide us a copy of your PowerPoint presentation so that we could be able to follow everything about on what you have just stated? The utterances plus with this PowerPoint presentation is a must, and I shouldn't say an imperative, but rather it should be equally oriented type of, we are all in academia, therefore we must be guided with the true precepts. So I highly recommend since then that the way you project, the way you share everything about in narrative form about the Russian education, really, that will be a compelling reason for us to chime in and exemplary model for us. Really, ma'am, but one thing before I end up this kind of reaction or talk suggestion, can we have a copy of your of what you have brought in there? That's what we needed. Yes, ma'am.
I sent it to the organizers. Unfortunately, I couldn't do it because I'm talking right now from my cell phone, and that's the reason why I couldn't. If it's going to be possible in our chat, I will send it. But I send the presentation to the organizer.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Elena, for your kind presentations, and thank you once again to answer to the questions. And we are very grateful to join our International Summit for Quality Education SDG Forum, and we hope you will be a guest for a next as well. Thank you. From audience, if you have any questions, you can do it from Dr. Elena. Otherwise, we have a next speaker, Professor Rakesh Yadav. If you have any questions, you can do it. Otherwise, we have our next speakers, Rakesh Yadav.
Thank you so much.
Assistant Professor Rakesh Yadav is here. Can you hear? Rakesh Yadav is here. Can you hear?
Hello, I am audible, sir.
Yeah, sure, doctor. We can hear your voice.
Good afternoon to all my dear fellow presenters, organizers from the Rokhan Institute of Higher Education and all the rest. Myself, Mr. Rakesh Yadav, I am an assistant professor and a former entrepreneur from India. I must take this opportunity to congratulate organizer for organizing this summit on this wonderful subject. I wish all the very best for the successful completion of the summit, and I am also very grateful for this opportunity provided to me by the organizer to speak on such a relevant topic of the or promoting sustainable development goal for strategies for achieving quality education for all. I am talking about the changing the education system. My presentation is here. Changing the education system. Changing the education system is a big topic with my potential areas for improvement. Here are some ideas that are often discussed. Personalized learning, tailoring education to meet individual students' need, interest, and learning style can help make learning more engaging and effective. Then after this, we are talking about the technology integration. leveraging technology for interactive learning, digital resources, and virtual classrooms can enhance education and prepare students for a tech-driven world. Then after this, we will be talking about the critical thinking and problem-solving system. Emphasizing skills like critical thinking, problem-solving, and creativity can better prepare students for real-world challenges. Then after this, we will be talking about the mental health and well-being. Increasing support for students' mental health and well-being is crucial. This includes providing access to counselors and creating a supportive learning environment. Equity and inclusion, ensuring that education is equitable and inclusive for all students, regardless for background or ability, is essential for a fair system. Then after this, we'll talking about the real world skills. Incorporating practical skills such as financial literacy, digital literacy, and vocational training can help students be better prepared for life beyond school. Teacher training and support is also providing ongoing professional development and support for teachers can help them adopt to new methods and technologies. And assessment reforms. Moving away from standardized testing and adopting more comprehensive and formative assessment methods can give a clear picture of students' learning and progress. Community and parental involvement. Encouraging greater involvement for families and communities can create a more supportive and engaged educational environment. And I am talking about the 2 points main focus. One is personalized learning and then real world skills. First, I will talking about the personalized learning. Personalized learning has a lot of potential to transform education by catering to individual students' needs and preferences. Here's a breakdown to some of the benefits and challenges for the personalized learning. Benefits. Engagement, first point is tailoring learning experience for students interested and learning style can make education more engaging and motivating. Then paced learning, students can learn at their own pace, spending more time on challenging concepts and moving quickly, material they grasp easily. Then after this, we'll talk about the skill development. It allows for a focus on developing specific skills and competence, helping students to build on their strengths and address their weakness. And after this, we will talking about the autonomy. Encourage self-directed learning and critical thinking, and students have more control over their educational journey. Inclusive can be adopted to meet diverse learning needs, including those of students with disabilities or language learner. Resources intensive. Implementing personalized learning can require significant resources, including technology, training, and time for teachers to design and adopt material. Data challenges. Challenges with equity issues. There's a risk for exacerbating existing inequalities if resources and access to technology are not distributed evenly. It is a big problem for us. Data privacy, collecting data on students' learning preferences and progress raise concern about data privacy and security. Then after this, teacher training. Educators need training to effectively implement personalized learning strategies and tools, which can be barriers in some areas. Then after this, we will talking about the challenges, implementation, complexity. Designing and managing personalized learning experience can be complex, especially in larger or less resources educational settings. In practice, personalized learning often involves a blend of technology and teacher-guided approaches. Tools like adaptive learning platform can provide individualized content, while teacher can use this data to offer additional support and tailor instruction. Then we will talk about the real-world skills. Integrating real-world skills into education is increasingly recognized as vital for preparing students for life beyond school. Here, a closer look at why this approach is important and some consideration for its implementation. What's the benefit real-world skills? The benefits are first is practical application. Teaching skills like financial literacy, communication, and problem solving help students apply their learning to everyday situations, making education more relevant and useful. Then, career readiness. Exposure to vocational skills and career exploration help students understand different career paths and build competencies that are directly applicable in the workforce. And we'll talk about the critical thinking. Real-world skills often involve complex problem solving and decision making, which can enhance students' critical thinking abilities. Life skills, skills such as are essential for personal and professional success and can be nurtured through practical learning experience, engagement. Students are often more engaged when they see the direct connection between what they are learning and what it applies to their life for future career. Then challenges in real world. Curriculum overloaded. Adding real world skills to the curriculum can be challenging, especially if it means reducing time spent on traditional academic subjects. Teacher training. Educator may need additional training to effectively teach and integrate real-world skills, particularly if these skills are outside their area of expertise. Resources constraints. Implementing programs focused on real-world skills can require resources and partnerships that may not be available in all schools or regions. Then after this, equity issues. Ensuring that all students have access to high-quality real-world skills education can be challenging, particularly in underfunded or under-reserved communities. Then problem of assessment. Measuring the effectiveness of real-world skill education can be difficult, as traditional assessment may not adequately capture these competencies. Implementation strategies. Project-based learning. Engage students in projects that solve real problems, encouraging the application of various skills and practical scenarios. Partnership, collaborate with business community, organization, and vocational institution to provide students with real-world experience and mentorship. Project-based learning. Engage students in projects that solve real problems, encouraging the application of various skills and practical scenarios. Then after this, we will talking about the project-based learning. Engage students in projects that solve real problems, encouraging the applications of various skills in practical scenarios. Overall, focusing on real-world skills can make education more relevant and impactful, helping students to be more prepared for both their personal and professional future. And most important things are there. The most important real-world skill students to learn often depend on their future goals, interests, and the involving needs to be job market. However, several core skills are universally valuable and can greatly enhance a student's ability to succeed in various aspects of life. Then we are talking about some points. First is financial literacy, then communication skills, problem solving and critical thinking, digital literacy, time management, and organization, collaboration and teamwork, adaptability and resilience, career and job readiness, health and wellness, and civic and social responsibility. First, we will talk about the financial literacy. Under this, students are ready to budgeting, understanding how to manage personal finance, create budget, and track expenses, and saving and investing. Knowledge of saving strategies, investment options, and financial planning are long-term goals. And understanding credit, awareness of how credit works, the importance of credit scores, and how to manage debt responsibility. It is necessary for the student financial literacy. Then after this, we will talk about the communication skills. Communication skills is overall growth of the students. First, written communication, ability to write clearly and effectively for different purposes such as email, reports, and essays. Verbal communication, the skill is presenting idea, participating in discussion, and public speaking. Interpersonal skills, effective listening, empathy, and conflict resolution in personal and professional interaction. Then after this, problem solving and critical thinking. Analytical skills, ability to analyze situations, identify problems, and develop solutions based on evidence and reasoning. Then creative thinking, using creativity to approach problems from new angles and generate innovative ideas. And after this, it is more important, digital literacy, basic technology skills. Mandatory to all students, proficiency with essential software and the word process expresses and online tools are there. Internet safety, understanding how to protect personal information online, and recognizing potential cyber threats. Media literacy, ability to critically evaluate sources of information and discern credible content or misinformation. Time management and organization. Prioritization, ability to prioritize tasks, set goals, and management time effectively to meet deadlines. Task management, use of tools and techniques to stay organized and manage multiple responsibilities. Collaboration and teamwork, it is necessary work to develop in a student, team dynamic, ability to work effectively in teams, understand roles, and contribute to collective goals. Leadership skills to lead and motivate a team, including delegation and decision making. Then after we will talk about the adaptability and resilience. Flexibility, ability to adapt to changing circumstances and handle uncertainty. Resilience, developing coping strategies to manage stress and bounce back from setbacks. And after this, we will talk about the career and job readiness, resume building, create professional resumes and cover letters, interview skills, preparing for and participating in job interviews effectively, networking, building and maintaining professional relationships, and understanding how to leverage them for career growth. And health and wellness. Health is mandatory for every student. Self-care, understanding the importance of physical and mental health and practicing self-care techniques, nutrition and exercise, basic knowledge of healthy eating and physical activity. Then we will talk about the civic and social responsibility, community engagement, understanding the importance of community service and civic participation, cultural awareness, respecting and valuing diversity and understanding global and local social issues. Then Conclusion, we are talking about integrating these skills into the curriculum can help students become more well-rounded and better prepared for the demands of modern life. They not only contribute to career success, but also enhance overall minds. Thank you. At last, I want to thank you all for your kind listening, and a special thanks to Dr. Irfan for inviting me and the Rukhan Institute of Higher Education for having me, and a special thanks to Ms. Swati Rani informing me about this summit. Thanks to all.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor, for your kind presentations. And thank you to have you in this International Summit on Quality Education. From participants, if you have any questions from a doctor is here, you can do it. Otherwise, we have our next speakers, Dr. Anjum Qureshi. If you have any question, you can do it.
Can I share my screen?
Thank you, Doctor.
Just a minute, I'm sharing the screen.
Yeah, sure. Now you can share your screen.
So, greetings to everyone. I'm Dr. Anjuna Qureshi from India, Assistant Professor at Rajiv Gandhi College of Engineering, Research and Technology, California. And today I will be discussing on a topic that is navigating the benefits and challenges of virtual learning for quality education. Because nowadays we know that in this modern era, when we talk about education, so virtual education or online learning platform or e-learning platform have taken their place. And it has become, we can say that virtual education has become a significant aspect of education because it is offering a number of opportunities. But when opportunities are there, obviously there are some challenges also that is going to impact the quality of education. So in this short presentation, I would like to just discuss about how virtual education or virtual learning techniques will help in the quality of education, because sustainable development goal number 4 here we talk about quality education. So how virtual education will help in quality education, this is what we'll be learning. So if we talk about India, this is actually a survey that followed with Vidya.com. This means that these are the top learning online platforms in India, like the Grow.Google and Swayam Portal. Swayam Portal, it actually has courses from NPTEL, from IGNU and SWEEP. There are various associations for it, and then they offer certificate courses, 8 weeks, 12 weeks courses, or even more than that, where the students or the faculty or anyone who's interested in continue with the course, they can get the certificate after an exam. So this is this is a self-paced learning courses that you can get completing good assignments, and after after appearing for the proctored exam. Similarly, we have LinkedIn Learning, we have Coursera, we have Udemy, Skillshare. So all these kind of platforms that they offer your online learning, which are actually self-paced learning, where you just register once, and after that, you can just complete your course. And not only for the professionals like Udemy, Skillshare, and all. They're mostly the certificate courses, the diploma courses, where some people think that they are for the professionals. Similarly, even for the school level, the children at the school level, the students at the school level, they have platforms like the Unacademy, Byju's, Vedantu, where the children can learn at their own pace. Like, it is not possible for the students every time to go to some coaching classes. Might be they can be different reasons for that, which we will be discussing in the later slide. But in spite of all the difficulties, even so, there are a number of online courses that are available not only for the professionals or for the students of higher education. There are courses that are also available for the school students as well. Now, if we talk about the trending online courses that are being done by the people, data science, cybersecurity, business analytics, then artificial intelligence, MBA, BBA, BCA, MCA. So BBA and MCA, BBA, MBA, BCA, MCA. These are even beyond that. There are many such courses where you can be doing. Like the digital marketing, foreign language course, big data, graphic design. There are a number of courses. In fact, there are universities in India which are offering courses online. Like online MBA is trending. There are universities which are offering online MBA, and the curriculum they designed that is in par with the offline curriculum they have. And there are also like universities where they have you can do courses online, but you can go for an offline exam. So there are different kind of possibilities when we start when we think of education nowadays. Now, if we talk about like virtual education or what we typically get as an online course, so who generally try to use it? First are the working professionals. Obviously, nowadays, because we talk about upgradation everywhere, because the technology is advancing at such a fast rate, it is not possible always for the working professionals to take leave from their to work, and in most of the places, your companies or your organization or your institutions will not allow it. So in that case, the working professionals can go for such online courses in which they can complete their courses. The second is the students at the remote location. Now, we know that there are people living at some remote locations, like if it is a very hilly region, so it is not possible for the student to, travel every time. And the students who are looking for skill enhancement. So there are, like I was talking about the platforms like the Udemy or the Coursera, has very small courses, some short duration courses for the students, like even for the engineering students, if they want to have some courses on programming languages like the Python or the Java or C++, so they can go to these platforms and they can do it. Then the next one, the students or even the professionals who are looking to degree. So, like for example, if someone has got admission in a law school, but if he or she wants to even study psychology, so these both courses can be done at a time. So at that time, when the people are thinking of even because once they have got on the merit basis, but it might be of their interest. So in that case, the people go for it. Then the students looking for affordable education course, because if we generally try to compare the course fees of online education is a bit less. It is just not very less, we can say, not 50% and more, but still it is less. So sometimes the students who are thinking of having affordable education also try to go for the virtual education. Then, if there anything for anything who are trying to plan, who are planning for an online course, so what are the advantages and the disadvantages of that? Because we know that anything will take, obviously, there have to be two sides of the coin. So when we talk about virtual education, then firstly, there is flexibility because any time of the day, you can just switch on your laptop or you can switch on your mobile and you can continue with your course, you can study your course material. Affordable education, it is affordable because most of the online courses, if you compare with the offline courses, the course fees will be less. The self-paced learning, that I already discussed, and great accessibility education. Great accessibility education because you can study your courses from a number of devices. You can study your courses at any place. Like if you are belong to a place, like if I belong to Chandapur, so if due to some reason even I shift to some other place, so it does not make any difference. I can just access the course from anywhere, from any time. A number of courses. The courses that we have, there's a wide variety because when we take an admission into a college, so there we have some limitations, like we can studying in arts, we can studying in commerce or engineering, whatever it is. But there are a number of courses that are available for us in online learning. Then it is of course suitable for working professionals because you can learn according to your pace. And the best thing is that yes, it has equal value as regular course. But here I would like to just elaborate it. Like, but before choosing for the virtual courses, you should be very careful because nowadays there are many cyber threats and many hackers are there or many duplicate sites are there. So there you have to be very careful before you get any kind of online courses. You should make proper inquiry, you should do proper evaluation and only do it. Otherwise, if you do online courses from a recognized university, then it is not going to make so much difference for you. The disadvantages or the cons of the virtual education is first, the people think that lack of face-to-face interaction, because when we are in offline class, we have the teacher in front of us and we are able to talk to them, so that the personal touch is missing. Then you don't have, sometimes you don't have practical exposure. It is not possible practically to go to lab, but somewhere even the facilities are there. It is not about all the courses. And yes, of course, online courses are not suitable for all types of courses. Because if we go for courses like engineering or we go for courses like medical, then we have to go to the lab and we have to practice something. So completely relying on online courses will not help. Then lower peer interaction, because when you go to an offline class, you have your classmates, you have your class fellows, you can easily interact with them and you can exchange a lot of information for them. But this is not so much allowed or so much possible in the online classes. Then restricted professional networks. So this is again a problem sometimes which the people face while going for this. Now, till now, I was talking completely about online or completely about virtual education. There is one more technique that was being that is being used, that is called the blended learning. So in the blended learning, so actually this online and offline is being combined. So this blended learning actually, many skills and colleges are going to it, because what it will have is, okay, the classroom teaching will be there, like whatever the school time, like 9 to 2 or 10 to 5, whatever school or college time that we'll be having. But along with that, much of the education material is provided online to them, or sometimes as per the requirement of the student, the teacher may arrange it in the class with the student. For example, I have to complete my syllabus or something like that. We can be even having that, or we can even divide the syllabus where a part of it will be completed in the online and part of it will be completed in the offline. So even blended learning, that is again a very good option that is being done. So if we talk about types of blended learning, so first is the online classroom teaching and learning. So yes, there will be an online class. That online class is very similar to that like we are having a meeting on Zoom or a Google Meet. Then self-paced learning is there, because in that the learning management system with LMS that most of the institutions are using, or we might be using a Google Classroom, where the study materials being shared by the teachers in the form of PDFs. They can be textbooks, they can be videos, they can be some kind of quiz. So all the study materials being shared by the teachers, and the students can use it at their own pace. So it is self-paced learning. Then online self-study techniques, this is something that the students will try to develop and the teachers can be guiding them. And as I was talking about the practicals here, sometimes online practical lab sessions can also be there, but it is not possible every time. Because in that, if you see, there will be will requiring high technical infrastructure is required, where if I'm doing an experiment in the lab, so everyone seeing it should be able to see it. So yes, online practical sessions are there, but it's not possible every time. So for the blended learning, so when we're combining this online and the offline techniques, so I guess the advantage is that it will allow to experiment with the learning style, and it is using interactive media to enhance the learning process. And because the online modules are also there, because the teacher will teach in the class, and it is also providing study material online. So this will actually act as a supplement for the lectures, and this is again unaffected by the geographical time. So the disadvantage is that if you go especially for the blended learning, then sometimes you will be needing specially designed courses, because there we have to actually think of how much percentage of the course has to be like how much has to be done in the offline. And yes, of course, costly software and hardware. Like I was giving an example, like if I am doing an experiment in my lab, and that experiment has to be demonstrated to all the students who are watching me online. So you can just imagine we'll be needing a camera, and and the camera should be such that it is properly focused on my device, so that everyone should be watching in their home. So yes, it will be requiring a lot of costly hardware and software. Then if we go for blended learning, sometimes it is not that it may increase the teacher's workload, because the teachers have to keep on following because there are softwares and homework is given. So the teachers have to keep on following if the students have done it or not. And similarly, if the students will miss sometimes it will. So there are advantages as well as the disadvantages. So it depends upon how we are going to use. So if we talk about like how virtual education can become the future of education, because the future of education will likely receive we can say like it can be a hybrid model sometimes because in which we're combining the online as well as the offline, or sometimes for the offline we generally call it as traditional learning. So this type of learning that we are combining the online and the offline, it can actually increase the strength of each method, and it will provide more comprehensive educational experience. And one more important thing is that it will increase the dropout. Because what is happening sometimes that because sometimes due to some economical conditions, or sometimes because when there are traditional or conserved families where the girls are not allowed to go for studies, so it may result in dropout. Sometimes you don't have proper availability of schools and the colleges, especially the higher education institutions in the middle class. So at that time, the students are not able to continue their education. But if we have this kind of facilities where the students can be continuing their studies online, the dropouts will decrease. And yes, of course, due to this everyone will be able to continue their education irrespective of their age, location, and the financial state. And it is going to be an affordable education. And the most important thing is that, like I was talking for the working professionals, they will be able to upgrade themselves according to the skill. Like nowadays, we are very scared that the artificial intelligence will take over jobs. But if I think the working professionals trying to learn about how artificial intelligence is working and what's called if they try to upgrade themselves, first artificial intelligence is not going to take away the job, but new jobs are created with that. So with this, I can come to the conclusion part of my short presentation. That if we just gone through like about the virtual learning methods, so yes, it will have some advantages, but also have disadvantages, or it will have challenges. So we, the students and the educators need to understand the dynamics, and with this, we'll be able to create a more effective and inclusive educational experience to ensure quality education for all. So with this, I come to the end of the presentation. Thank you everyone for your patience.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Anjum Qureshi, for your presentations. From participant, if you have any questions, you can do it from Anjum Qureshi. Otherwise, we have our next speakers from India, Dr. Vijay Kumar. If you have any questions, you can do it. We have our next speakers, Dr. Vijay Kumar from India.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor. We appreciate your kind efforts and patience. That's why we know you have waited a lot. Thank you. Thank you once again for your kind patience. Welcome.
Good afternoon to all of you. Are you getting my voice?
Yeah, sure, sure. We can hear it, your voice. Sure.
Okay. So, good afternoon. Myself, Dr. Vijay Kumar Salvia from Paro University, and also the International Research and Development Theory Organization, USA, India. As you know that we are here for gathering this is quality education sustainable development goals. And with respect to sustainable development goals, I would like to say the SDG is very important as it is, we can say in daily life, we are dealing with this quality educations as an educationist. Also, you know that these SDGs are very important for life, and education is very much important to every person of the world. And now United Nations Organization has developed such strategies to develop the right educations and also for the confirming the educations for all. So for these quality educations, we have to perform several tasks that should be related to our actions and our whatever the scenario we have today. So quality educations means we have to support a right-based approach to all education endeavors and four pillars of education and provide skills for learning to know, learning to live together, learning to do, and learning to be. Means the education should not be such that to deliver, it should be such that one has to, we can say, to live with this learning and to do with this learning, not only just to get the knowledge and get the job. We have whatever we have that should be reflected in a society and that should be in future. So education is the means, is the process of training a man to fulfill his aim by exercising all the faculties to the fullest extent as a member of society. And you know that this education is a Latin terms with the, from the edu and educators. Now, as Aristotle is the one of the good educationists, and we know that the questions, the fitness, the range of questions, because education comes only from the questions. Means if you we can say do learn and also to get to deliver the knowledge, the questions always come, and that questions will rise to the research, and the research will give you the good education. But education should be practical and it should be skill developed. It should based on the skill. The scope of education will only when we have the this adaptability, problem solving, and it should be leisure and family living. And also it should be understood by the modern world and society. So we have the education should be such that we have to problem this, we have to solve the problem, and this problem solving should be based on the real world. Whatever sociology, whatever philosophy, whatever engineering, whatever medical, whatever the education we have, it should solve the problems. Today we are facing so many problems, either in case of environment or in case of employment, self-employment, skill development, whatever. So our education, whatever we are delivering the knowledge, whatever we are getting the knowledge, it should be such that if we are getting the knowledge, if we are a student, as you know, every person is a student till their death. So up to that their death, whatever we are learning, that should be applied to the world. That should be applied to the whatever the problems we have, and we have to go the solution. If we are a teacher, then our education should be such that we have to deliver the knowledge that should solve the problem. It just not only the education which is delivered, and if the student has not got any practical application, then there is no meaning of education. Either it is in arts or in commerce or in agriculture or in pharmacy or in medical, it should solve the problem. You know, the money is, it's okay. We want money. As you know that before 1000 years, this education is based on totally the free education. But however, it is depend on the donations, not only for just to making a business or for we can say a salary base. Now today we have converted this education for the career. However, we want the money. Every teachers want the money, and donation is not possible for every person. That's why we are turned up to the business, and we are turned up to the we can the salary system. So, however, such salary is required as such whatever we need for the teachers and their family, it required. So, education system should be such that it should give the living to the family. It should transform the world and society on a large level, on a real world. As today we are seeing the distance education and long distance learning of the for the students, and these are very much we can say appreciable. Today there is ALS, that is alternative learning system, is also there, that is MOOC courses, mass oriented courses, and there are so many we can say the certification course from the government, NPTEL and all. Similarly, certification courses from various universities. So you know the online system, today we are adopting good online system for faculties, for staffs, and for whatever the student, and they are punching their attendance is online. There is no need of any records or all such thing. So these are practicing that. So that is the, we can say, the modern form of the education, which is transforming the world, which is transforming the life of every person. And today we have only a single mobile we are using, and on that mobile we are learning and we are delivering the knowledge. So education should be transformed. It should use the highest, latest technology, whatever, through the Internet of Things, through artificial intelligence, or whatever at present we are getting the knowledge. So education is a product. As today we are getting such type of education, and produces the knowledge, attitudes, values, interest, skill. Education is a development for those capacities which will enable the individual to control his environment and fulfill his possibilities. And education is also a self-actualization. That is the psychological needs, safety needs, love of belongingness, self-esteem, self-actualization, transcendence, and self-realization. It is very important. Just to get a job and to get a good salary and to become a good boss, it is not sufficient. First, how we are converting our psychological needs, how we are converting the psychological needs of the society, what they expect us, what is our attitude. Similarly, where we are transforming the good knowledge and the cultural knowledge and the, we get the civilized knowledge to the young generations or the next generations or not, it is very important. As you know, today there are so many engineers are coming, so many technical professionals are coming, but they doesn't know how to civilize, how to behave, how to, we can say that live in a society. The societal rate is very high, patience is very low, and they have now similarly misconceptions are very much between the generations and all. So here the education is lagging. So we have to follow such education system so that it will give us the quality of the life, and then the quality educations will come. So sustainable development goals will achieve only when we have such education. As you know, the types of education, the formal, informal, and non-formal. Formal education in universities, informal by any persons, and non-formal means by family. And traditional, whatever the, we can see the knowledge from our past, our religions, our talks and folk knowledge, this all. So these all educations are very important, and we are getting such educations from every persons or every, we can say, the environment from this nature also. Nature is a good educator. Nature, you know, in COVID, the COVID situations, we have got so many knowledge from the environment. So, and we have to convert our education system in such a way that everyone should be get the knowledge. And now today we are on Zoom platform, and in COVID this Zoom platform and whatever the online program, online event, we have got such wonderful artificial intelligence and IoT based system. So whatever the educations today, that should be such that they cope up with the environment, and we have to follow all education systems to remove the problems which is related to the mind body of our human system also, and similarly the psychological of our psychological of every person, histories, our culture, our values, and all whatever the responsible person in a society, they should contribute for our lives. So activities, assessment, these all are in our systems, but this assessment should be such that a real value, real time, whatever real time a student is getting or our society is getting, that is very important. So mapping of education policy is very important. Narrativeness, presentations, paper, group discussions, feedback from every person is very important. And we have the disadvantage from the present factors also, because poverty is too much, illogical orders are there, where education is not, we can say, where there are so many countries where a very superstitious persons also in dictatorship also. So there the education has no meaning. So we have to educate such dictators, we have to educate such superstitious person, so that all SDGs goals will be achieved in every parts of the life and every parts of the country, so that we have the good education system throughout the life and throughout the world. The United Nations organization is a good platform which is giving the opportunity for developing the educations, and Rocken Institute of Rocken Institute of Higher Studies are also involving such process in Afghanistan. So I welcome and I congratulate to Rocken Institute for such type of initiatives and all speakers that who are working here. So we have to develop a course structure. We have to develop such type of structure so that the modeling quality, global quality, livelihoods, capabilities approach, and quality frameworks we have to establish. So we have the quality process like system enforced infrastructures, curriculum contents, teachers training, and whatever the teachers want, and the compatibility with the practical and the industrial relationship. As you know that today teachers are very much depressed because they are not their wealth quality is not we can say the comparable to the industry. So we have to give the higher compensation, higher package to our teachers so that they should get the compatibility with the other environment, and then we can say that yes, I am a teacher, I am a good educator, that should be compatible and having the standard with the corporate structure of whatever the general manager or what. So quality education should be based on learners characteristics, input outputs, and whatever the context we have. So we have the goals of quality education. We should have the purpose. We should have the UNESCO also that is working for the quality educations. And similarly, the indicator. There are so many indicators at present we are working on in India, that is NAC, AICT, and that is we have the NBA and all. However, this is not sufficient. The main thing is we have to find out the we can say the goals. We have to find out the missions, and that mission is totally depend on if the quality, if the education is only for each and every person. However, we know, but we restricted by so many rules and regulations. So we have to remove such rules and regulations, and that should be free fall path. So thank you very much. Have a nice day. As today we have got so much knowledge from you, and I am also have delivered so much knowledge. So let's make a new era. Let's make collaborate with each other to find out the good education system for our world. Have a nice day. Thank you very much, and thank you very much to our organizers for giving me such type of opportunity here on a global platform.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor, for your kind presentations and your valuable time to give us for International Summit on Quality Education, SDG4. From participant, if you have any questions, you can do it from Dr. Vijay Kumar. Otherwise, we have our next speakers from India, which is Dr. Vishant Kumar from India. If you have any question, you can do it. Otherwise, we have our next speaker. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor, for your kind presentations. Now we would like to invite Dr. Vishant Kumar. Doctor, can you hear me? Hello, Doctor. Hello, doctor. We can hear your voice. Are you here?
Sir, do you have my voice?
Yeah, sure. Now we can hear your voice.
It's clear?
Let's start. Yeah,
Okay.
now it's clear.
Now I'm going to present my views
Thank
on it. The ethics for quality education. Dear Professor, can you hear my voice?
Yeah, sure. Your voice is clear. We can hear you.
Actually, I'm not able to hear your voice. May I present? Can you chat with me because I will start my presentation.
Yeah, sure, doctor. We can hear you. Your voice now is clear. It's audible. You may start your presentation.
Thank you, sir. I hear it. Okay. Dear Rogan peoples, I'm very happy to share my views on the SDG 4 Ethics for Quality of Education. As we are all know about that, the education is the one of the tools to enrich our values in this society. So this is my view, how we are going to enrich our values through the education in this world. So my topic is education, ethics for quality education. I am Dr. Vasanta Kumar, Principal, Nagaratna Mangalamal Arts and Science College, as well as motivational speaker, founder, Temple of International Education, Madurai, Tamil Nadu, India. My point is, whenever and wherever, if we are going to do any work, we want to maintain ethics. That is the main thing. So that I thank my management, Nagaratna Mangalam Arts and Science College Secretary, Dr. N. Jagadishan sir, and also I thank Rogan Institute of Higher Education, White Academy, Department of R&D, Afghanistan, especially my special thanks to Irfan sir, who is my close friend. So why we are going to have ethics in our duty? As William Wordsworth, an England famous poet, he mentioned in his poem Ode to Duty. In this poem, he mentioned that ethics is a main and powerful tool duty, because duty is the God. Duty is the daughter of God. So that, on account of these words, now I am going to present my views. Ethics, according to Vivekananda, was nothing but code of conduct that help a man to be good citizen, good worker, good teacher. So now, as from the Atma, that is the divine soul, how we are going to begin in this society. So the Vivekananda word, Swamiji Vivekananda mentioned about that similarity, we should have love and serve our neighbors, because we are all one in supreme spirit known as Paramatma and Brahma. This is the mythology of Indian statement. So that, and because of this statement, I mentioned that ethics is a child of philosophy. Without this philosophy, without this quality, we are not encouraged, we are not designed a quality in any, especially in quality of education. SDG 4, if you want to develop a sustainable quality education, we want to maintain the ethics in all the corner of the teaching, all the corner of the building of education. So that now, as you all know about my country, India, India was depend upon the Gurukula system. In India, our education is formed by the Gurukul system was only education system because of this. The Gurukul system is not but it's a learning center where the students got good habits of respecting the elders, father as teacher. We follow Mada, Bida, Guru. These three lines only, the mantra of Gurukula. So these three lines will be maintained in a disciplined way. The discipline is called ethics. So that I mentioned here, without this ethics, we are not able to build a quality education. Gurukula is the place of learning. The place only we have a great building now in the modern era. So we are depending so much of educational problems at present. The education management is ethics of education. What is education management? As a professors, you are all know every country have a new platform, have a historical platform. But all those countries, why we build education in our country? Because it will provide a good knowledgeable platform with the disciplinary people for the society. So if we want to discipline people, after this corona, we teachers are in struggle to meet the people, especially the students. Between the students and teachers, we have a great break between the disciplinary area. How the two teachers going to meet the student, how the students going to meet this teacher, what the relationship between them, how the relationship we want to maintain between them. That is the question here. Okay, because as a teacher, what I mentioned here, a teacher is one of the mother of the student. A student is one of the children of a parent. So that the relationship must be needed some ethics. Some of the immature, irritating thoughts, behaviors in classrooms includes as in the modern era. Lateness, leaving early, inappropriate laptop use, side conversation, discreet for deadline, grade groping, sniffing, remarks, cheating, malpractice. We are having so many issues. How we are going to reduce these issues? So we want to teach ethics for the student. Who is student? How they are performing in the society, who is the teacher, what is the duty of the teacher. We want to maintain two sides of ethics. Now, who is the teacher? A teacher is a life coach. A teacher is a mentor. A teacher is an emotional supporter, a thinker, a passion listener, problem solver, and supporter. But these are the duty of the teacher. If the teacher is ready to do that duty, what is the behavior of student? So that is the main thing we want to maintain in our society. So yeah, strength of our student relationship makes the difference in translating our passion. Every one of the students have a unique character. So Beth Marrow mentioned that the strength of our students' relationship is the main thing for teaching in that passion of learning. We want to motivate their learning with a great ethics, great learning. So teacher the students, how they are going to maintain the relationship. First of all thing, as teacher must be update their knowledge for the world. They want to relate their character in the society. They want to learn day-to-day activities in the society. They want to propagate that the information to the students in a correct manner. That is called ethics. A teacher wear a tie, a teacher wear a suit. That is not a matter. That is the one of the dress code. But at the same time, a teacher want to maintain his knowledge, want to update his knowledge in this society, and to put that update and to forward that update to the students in a correct manner with the notes of essence. Teaching is not a simple profession. It is always the result of commitment. That commitment between the students and teachers, we want to maintain a good and well and settled manner. That's why that is depending upon excellence and intelligent plan and focused effort. These three things only will build a quality education. Otherwise, we are not able to build a quality education. Okay. And thank you for all listening me.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor, for your kind presentation, and we appreciate
displayed by
your time. You have concluded your presentation in the given time. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Through the education, as every country should have some rules and regulation. From that regulations, you should maintain your code of ethics in your classrooms. Education for the society. So main concept is discipline. Discipline only provide a full education. Thank you so much for the
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor, for your kind presentations. And we are appreciate your kind effort and efficiency and effectiveness during the presentation. You have concluded your presentation according to your given time. From participant, if you have any questions, you can do it. Otherwise, we have a next speaker from India, We will invite you, the next speaker, Dr. Dipeshwarya Chaudhary from India. If you have any question, you can do it. Otherwise, we have our next speakers, Dr. Dipeshwarya Chaudhary from India.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, sure, we can hear you.
But I can't share my screen.
Now you may share. Now you may share your screen.
Just a moment, please. Just a moment. Actually, I can't see the full screen. Just give me 1 minute. I can't see the full screen for some reason. Yes.
Yeah,
So now,
doctor.
yes, now I think I will be able to share, but still there is some problem. I
Yeah.
can't see my full screen. So can you share on my behalf?
Doctor, you can. We have access. You can do it.
But as soon as I want to share, the screen is not coming basically.
We give access to you. Yeah, we give access to you. It's no problem. If the screen is not a full, it's no problem. You may share. We give access to you.
No, but I cannot
Yeah,
share
now
still.
we can see. We can see. We can see your screen.
But I cannot see. I cannot open my window explorer actually. Just a second, then I'll try some other way. Just give me one.
Yeah, now we can see. We can see it's in a MS Word file. We can see.
Okay, so can you see my PowerPoint?
No, we didn't see your PowerPoint before we have seen your MS Word file.
Now can you see my PowerPoint?
No.
Can you share it from your end actually?
Yeah,
Yes,
here.
just a bit. I think I can share now. Yes. Now I think it's visible to you.
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
it?
it's visible. Yeah.
Okay. So it was just a momentary. Just a second. Yes. So first of all, I would like to start by thanking the organizers for inviting me to share my thoughts with everyone here. And also, like, it's a very important topic that we are discussing today. So I'm Dr. Deepashri Chaudhary and I am a professor. I teach in an architecture college in India. So today I have taken up the topic of exploring opportunities and challenges to promote the sustainable development goal. And in this particular topic that I am going through, so first of all, we all know what is a sustainable development goal for. The sustainable development 4 actually wants to ensure lifelong learning opportunities for all from early childhood to adult education, and it wants to ensure equity, inclusion, gender equity, and effective learning process. So overall, it works with 10 targets, as we all know, and it wants to improve the way education is delivered and received all across the world, because this SDG is related to many other SDGs, as we have already seen. The presenters before me have come and expressed this in detail, explained the entire importance of SDG 4 in detail. So basically, SDG 4 has a few underlying principles, like if we say that education is a fundamental human right, and then is my screen, I can, so education is a
Yeah,
fundamental.
we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you. So SDG 4 has basic underlying principles, like it considers education as a fundamental human right. It considers that education is for public good, and it also considers inclusion as a right for every citizen across the world. So it has 10 outcome targets. So every country has worked out certain target based on this overall targets. Like first target is universal primary and secondary education. Next is early childhood development. Third one is equal success to technical and higher education. Fourth one is relevant skill for decent work. Fifth one is gender equality and inclusion. Sixth one is universal youth literacy, education for sustainable development and global citizenship. So these targets are the guiding principles, and various countries have worked out various sub-targets based on them, including India. And also, they have worked out various means of implementation. Like in India, we have effective learning, the creation of effective learning environment, then the number of scholarship and financial aid, and focus on the teacher and educators so that their knowledge skill set is improved, and the way they deliver the education to the classrooms are also improved, has been experimented with. So we all know that SDG 4 is very important because it has a broader impact. It has an impact on SDG 8, it has an impact on SDG 3, it has an impact on SDG 13. So the countries around the world, including India, are trying to focus on inclusive and equitable quality education, as this particular SDG alone can be a vehicle for achieving the sustainable, equitable, and prosperous world. So this few benefits, few importance and benefits of achieving SDG 4 are listed down here. Like SDG 4 is closely related to economic growth, reduction of poverty, social mobility, and cognitive skill, critical thinking, promotion of peace and stability, cultural and social development. So all these benefits can be realized in the smaller local context as well as the global context. This particular slides discusses the link to other SDGs. Like SDG 4, as I earlier said, that it is very much related to good health and well-being. It is very much related to gender equality, decent work and economic growth, and reduced inequality SDGs. So if we see the current status of SDG 4, there are many SDG dashboards and many automated dashboards in different countries which already measured that how much they have reached various SDGs. So if we see the several data has also been released by United Nations. For example, it says that primary education, the global primary school enrollment rate has reached 91%, but there is a regional disparity. This 91% is an average, but the regional disparity still exists. Now the gender parity, there has been less, the gap between the boys and girls education have been reduced across the world, but again there has been regional disparity. So this key statistics and data talks about the enrollment rates, literacy rate, teacher availability, etc., etc. But one major problem with these data are that the regional disparities are often overlooked. So like if you see the various regions across the world, Sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, Latin America, Middle East, high-income countries, we find that in all these particular indicators to measure the SDG 4, like enrollment and access, quality of education, gender inequality, infrastructure, early childhood education, conflict, impact, gender disparity. These are the indicators with which most of the dashboards measure that how much and what is the area of achievement of SDG 4. This particular indicators give us very different datas across the region because these indicators are very context specific. So whenever we are talking of the overall improvement of SDG 4, the context and response to context becomes very important. Nextly, so there are other challenges also in data collection. There are challenges like we don't have comprehensive data. Then the data are disaggregated by gender, location, disability. We have problems in capacity building, the people who collect data, the people who categorize data, and also the way the data is actually shared between the different global organization, between the researcher, between the academician. So these various problems still exist in how we deal with the SDG 4, because unless and until we can actually calculate that what is the various level of indicators that various countries have reached, we can hardly frame our policies. So the various factors or the various streams in which the opportunities exist while we are working for betterment of SDG 4 is the policy and governance. In the policy and governance, also we are talking about the international collaboration. Next, we are talking about technological advancement like e-learning platforms, digital education, blended mode, mobile learning. We are talking about the innovation in educational tools. We are talking about the role of community like NGOs, and also we are looking about the and talking about the grassroots advocacy. So these are the various opportunities that are available with us, and if we work in detail about these opportunities, we can definitely work towards the betterment of SDG 4. Now, after that, if we do certain case studies that certain countries are there all across the world who have built certain successful models while working with SDG 4. For example, Finland. Finland has a comprehensive and inclusive education system. So they have worked for equity in education. They have worked for highly qualified teachers. They have lots of in-house programs for increasing the quality and the skill attainment of teacher. And the learning there is not teacher-centric, but student-centered learning has been in vogue from long time. And the evaluation pattern is not standardized. It is very student-specific. So with these key strategies, they have achieved outcome like high student performance and low level of student stress and student well-being, which is also a very important aspect of education. Next, when we are going to Singapore, if we talk about Singapore strategies, they have a very strong rigor and relevance for curriculum development and bilingual policy, early intervention, early childhood education is given a lot of priority, career and technical education. All these strategies has again led to high performance among the students in international assessment and strong alignment between education and practice, which is the intended outcome of education in SDG 4, and a highly skilled workforce that has worked for the betterment of the entire country. So if we come to the countries, different countries across the world, for example, Rwanda. In Rwanda, actually, it has remarkable progress only after the 1994 genocide. It has suffered a lot. Its economy has suffered a lot. So it has framed policies for universally primary education, for gender equity, for use of ICT, and teacher training and professional development. For that, they have increased their primary school enrollment rates from 73% to 97%. Now, similarly, we can see Brazil. Brazil also has various programs. The best example is Bolsa Familia program, where they have had conditional cash transfers, where they had integrated social policies and regular monitoring and evaluation of their policy. And they have been adjusting their policy based on the ground situation, based on the contextual requirement. So the outcome again is increased school enrollment in the primary levels and increased attendance rate, reduction in child labor, which has percolated to significant impact on poverty reduction. So after studying, I have only presented a few case studies over here. The basic things are that the best practices across the world, they tend to create holistic and inclusive education. They invest in teacher quality, adapting to local context, leveraging technology. These are the access developing access and equity. Am I audible? Because a lot of noise is there. Gender and socio-economic
Yeah,
barrier.
sure.
Okay, and quality and relevance. So now when we are talking of challenges in promoting the SDGs, There are, as many speakers have already discussed, so my presentation also agrees with them that teacher training, capacity building, funding and resources, and most of all resource allocation are the major challenges that we see in experimenting or in supporting the SDG 4 goals. So basically we will have to work on the policy recommendation. We will have to work on certain innovative solution like private public partnership, community driven initiative, capacity building, and the role of all the stakeholders, not only government but the private sector and civil society are most important. So the policies must keep in mind of supporting all these particular stakeholder, and there are certain long term strategies that the many important things are that, like, we have to continue the policies, educational policies, and develop collaborative ones. Financial commitment to the goal is also very important, and new methods of monitoring and evaluating our policies. Next requirement is curriculum innovation and probably some kind of collaboration in the curriculum also across the world, flexible learning model, and how to continue lifelong learning. So these are the long-term policies that we can take. So with this, I end my presentation.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for your kind presentations, and thank you. You have concluded your presentation according to your given time. From participant, if you have any questions, you can do it. Otherwise, we have a next speaker from Philippines, which is the Dexa Yunler from Philippines.
Hi, good morning.
Welcome,
Good
dear.
evening. Hi. Good evening. I will present my presentation. Wait for a while. Okay, good evening, everyone from Philippines. Mabuhay. So I am Assistant Professor Junior C. Daxi the First. Thank you for inviting us together with my colleagues from an organization in the Philippines in this first virtual international summit on SDG, which is quality education. Okay, my topic is all about partnership, and I will navigate you on how our university, local university, and at the same time, funded by the local government of the city government of Makati, ensure the initiatives and other success stories of collaboration and partnership with local and international partners or industries. Can you see my presentation?
I think I'm loading.
Okay. Maybe I will
Now
put
it's
this
visible.
in the
We
one,
can see.
in this. Okay, thank you so much. I will not put into slideshow. I will put this in this way. Okay, my presentation is about empowering futures through strategic educational partnerships. So, University of Makati's collaborative approach. Now, may I present to you first what is the definition of partnerships in education. When we say partnerships in education, these are the collaborative relationship between, of course, the institutions, organizations, or individuals aim at enhancing educational quality and achieving shared goals. But what makes the partnerships truly successful? So, of course, first, clear goals and mutual benefits are essential. This means all parties need to define their objectives and ensure they see value in the collaboration. Commitment from all stakeholders is also crucial, including active participation and long-term investment in resources. Effective communication and collaboration help build trust and foster innovation, while flexibility allows partners to adapt to changing needs and cultural context. Partnerships are relevant for all 17 SDGs, with SDG 4, which is the quality education, and SDG 17, which is the partnerships for the goals emerging as particular important. So finally, capacitating building through professional development and resources, sharing strengths, the partnership by focusing on these key elements like clear goals, stakeholder commitment, effective communication, flexibility, and capacity building, we can create partnerships that drive innovation and achieve meaningful outcomes. So there are different importance of partnerships also in educations, like like partnerships in enhancing quality education. These help educators understand community needs, build cross-section communities of practice, and expand knowledge across boundaries. It also foster industry, student, and academic collaboration to create agile curricula responsive to a rapid changing world. And of course, in terms of work preparation, partnerships contribute to preparing a diverse future workforce that engages in sustainability across various sectors. It also aligns with the SDGs, as I mentioned earlier, and also partnerships addresses societal issues. No? Partnerships unite diverse partners to tackle complex societal challenges and contribute to the SDGs by adding to the knowledge base and implementing new knowledge. And of course, enabling conditions. Successful partnerships require mutual trust, a shared vision, senior leadership engagement, funder flexibility, and adherence to national quality assessment criteria. There are also different benefits of collaborative learning for quality education, because partnership is a collaboration. And if there is a collaboration, there is a learning. And if there's a collaborative learning, it is equate to quality education. So first, enhance learning outcomes. Research consistently shows that collaborative learning leads to better student outcomes compared to traditional methods. For instance, students engaged in collaborative activities often achieve higher academic performance, particularly subjects like mathematics and other related subjects that connects to the mathematics. And that is one of the benefits of collaborative learning for quality education. Another is the broader benefits, which is collaborative learning fosters critical thinking, improves academic achievements, increases persistence in university, and supports psychological well-being. It also enhances higher level thinking skills, boosts confidence, and develops social and interpersonal abilities. Of course, one of the benefits also is the teacher collaboration. Collaboration among teachers positively affects student achievement. By sharing ideas and perspectives, teachers can enhance their teaching strategies, which ultimately benefits their students. Effective collaboration learning should involve both students and teachers. Another benefits is transformative potential. While collaborative learning can be transformative and promote equitable outcomes, its success depends on the context and the teacher's implementation skills. Further research is needed to explore its broader applicability and long-term effects. So after that, learning from the benefits of the collaboration for quality education, there are key elements that we need to consider for a successful educational partnership. And what are those? First, clear goals and mutual benefits. Here, we should set clear, measurable goals that align with each partner's mission to ensure all parties are working towards shared objectives. Also, develop a collective vision that guides decision and keeps stakeholders focused on common goals. Also, articulate and recognize the benefits each partner expects, such as resources, expertise, or new opportunities. This fosters commitment and engagement. Second is commitment from all stakeholders. Remember to ensure active participation from educators, administrators, students, parents, and community organizations, because each should feel ownership of the partnership's goals. This is not only an individual or a group of organization. It should be a commitment from different stakeholders. Also, it is viewed that partnership as a long relationship can build trust and deepen collaboration. It also invests necessary time, effort, and resources, including financial support, personnel, and facilities. Third is key element is the effective communication and collaboration. It maintains regular, transparent communication to build trust, resolve conflicts, and keep everyone informed. Also, it involves all partners in decisions to foster ownership and accountability, leading to innovation solutions. And for feedbacking mechanisms, implement feedback systems to evaluate, program, and make adjustments as needed. Third key elements is the clear goals and mutual benefits. I mean, I already stated this in the first, so I will move this. The third or fourth is the capacity building. We know that in these key features of it could develop teachers for their professional development, like offering training and development to improve the skills and effectiveness of educators and stakeholders. Of course, another one is to resource sharing, share resources, expertise, and best practices to enhance the overall capacity of the partnership. Now, what are the initiatives of our university for partnership and collaboration? So let me first introduce to you our university. So this is our mission and vision. Before, it is too long, so we just revise it to make it more achievable. Okay, we want to make our university as a local university in the Philippines a premier globally recognized local university. And of course, we want to develop resilient, innovative, socially responsible, and excellent industry-ready practitioners and leaders. And of course, to envision and to achieve our mission, we need to have these core values. Each of us needs to be resilient, innovative, social responsible, and excellence. And of course, we have also our institutional philosophy, where we serve the children of its less privileged citizens so that they can actively participate in and competitively partake of the city's economic progress. And as you can see in this picture, that's our university, and it is surrounded by buildings, because we envision that every graduate of our university should be put that in that surroundings. It means we want to make sure that our students is industry ready. And from the brief history, our university started 1972. So from polytechnic up to the university level. We also from the records, as you can see in the timeline, that we changed the name of our university from Makati Polytechnic Community College to Makati College to Pamantasan ng Makati, up to we became the University of Makati. We also have the pioneer senior high school in the Philippines before the implementation of the senior high school program in 2015. And recently in the 2030, we are recognized as higher education institution by CHED and ranked at WURI at I think 209. And we are also a member of United Nations. And this is our university officials, from the president to the vice president for planning and research. And these are our recognitions and affiliations from our national government, WURI, United Academic Impact, Scopus, and like Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines. This is our facilities and enrollment statistics. So we have 12,000 or 13,000 plus students that include senior high school and undergraduates. And we offer a lot of program offerings, from non-baccalaureate degrees to doctorate degree programs. And we have a lot of colleges and institutes in our universities. And by instructions or composition of faculty instructors, we have 348 faculty members. So for that, because of that vision of our and mission of our school, we need to have partnership and collaborations, initiatives with the different local and international community. So how? So this is how our university evolved over the past 5 years across its different offices and colleges. As you can see, over the past 5 years, the university or our university has experienced a remarkable increase in both the number of partnerships and the range of offices, colleges involved. And then the growth in the number of partnerships was gradual from 2019 to 2022, but the most significant increase occurred in 2023 and 2024. So the involvement of different colleges, of course, or offices, saw substantial growth, especially from 2021 onwards, with the highest involvement in 2024. As you can see, in the trends, the overall trends, our university experienced a slow and steady growth in the early years from 2019 to 2022, followed by a dramatic acceleration in partnership quantity and involvement from 2022 onwards. This indicates a strategic shift towards expanding and intensifying partnership, broaden engagement. The increase in the number of offices or colleges involved reflects a strategic effort to broaden engagement and diversity, the types of collaboration. This suggests a higher level of integration and collaboration across different departments and external entities. The rapid increase in partnerships, especially from 2022 to 2024, points to a strategic expansion in collaborative efforts. The focus seems to have shifted towards maximizing the scope and impact of partnerships, reflecting an emphasis on building a robust, extensive network. And as you can see in the table, the patterns, growth of the partnership. Media and entertainment lead with extensive partnerships, emphasizing media-related collaborations. Education and related fields closely follow, highlighting educational outreach and community engagement. Real estate shows significantly involvement in property management and development projects. And the impact of the offices and colleges, the media and entertainment excel in strategic media exposure initiatives. The real estate impacts property management and industry collaborations, and consulting and law of stand out in consulting services and legal frameworks. What are the factors contributing to variation of these results? Industry demand drives partnerships in media, real estate, and consulting sectors. Proactive networking and outreach efforts foster partnerships through community engagement. And of course, innovative or innovation and technology enhance collaborations, especially in IT infrastructure and digital transformation. This is the specific offices or colleges that have demonstrated significant growth or impact through partnerships. Of course, the large portion is in the College of Business of Finance Sciences, followed by the College of Hotel and Management. In global partnerships, we have 8 international partnerships from different countries like South Korea, Taiwan, Indonesia, San Marino, and Spain, and China. We have overall in history of University of Makati, we created 1,399 partnerships and linkages. And because of that, we leap to greatness. So we, as you can see, that we are a member of EDCOM 2, which is one of the prestigious organization in our country. And of course, because of the collaborations and partnerships, it produce students in different colleges, such as we be able to be ranked as #1 as law school in our country, and more than 10 films and documentaries produced and won in prestigious national and international award giving bodies. Of course, we also have top performing school in radiologist, technology, pharmacist licensure examinations in 2019. Over 20 students and alumni athletes represented the country and won in the Olympics, SEA Games, and various international competitions. And of course, more than 10 board top-notchers in different licensure examinations. And because of those partnerships, we become this greatness or great university. Success stories, so these are our posts in our social media with the different partnerships, local and international. So these are our other success stories. Okay, so the University of Makati has significantly advanced its educational and professional impact through strategic partnerships with various organizations, collaboration with different organizations or companies, have enriched UMAC's curriculum and disaster management capabilities. Events like one of the colleges, along with the partnerships with Cebuana Lewillier and international entities like Proxivate, further demonstrate UMAC's commitment to enhancing student readiness and community engagement. These partnerships not only strengthen academic and professional outcomes, but also align with broader goals of sustainable development and global collaboration. In summary, the University of Makati has been significant growth in partnerships over the past 5 years, with notable acceleration from 2022 to 2024. This strategic expansion reflects a deliberate effort to enhance collaboration and broaden engagement across various sectors, including media, education, and real estate. The increased involvement of different offices, particularly CBFS and CTHM, indicates a successful integration of diverse departments in partnership initiatives. These efforts have strengthened the university network, driving collaboration that benefit both academics and institutional environments. And for suggestion, we should establish metrics to regularly assess the effectiveness of partnerships and ensure alignment with strategic goals. This will help identify successful models and areas for improvement. Thank you so much for your all ears or listening to my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor, for your kind presentations. You have shared a lot of experience regarding to your university, and moreover, you have shared the information according to the SDGs quality educations. Now the turn is Dr. Shilija from India. You may start your presentation. If you have any questions from participant, you can do it. Otherwise, we have our next speakers, Dr. Shilija from India.
Very good evening, all of you. I'm Dr. Shelja Vasudeva from India. I'm working as Associate Professor, Department of Political Science in Government Institution. My topic is leveraging virtual platforms for enhanced quality education, opportunities, and challenges ahead. In introduction, I will discuss about in the era of digital transformation, leveraging virtual platforms for education presents unprecedented opportunities. This presentation explores the potential benefits and challenges that come with integrated technology into educational framework, aiming to enhance quality education for all. First of all, we have to know about what is virtual learning. Virtual learning refers to an environment where students study a digital-based curriculum taught by instructors that lecture online via video or audio. Now we have to know about what is quality education. We are talking more about quality education. So first of all, we discuss about what is quality education. According to this goal, a quality education is one that focuses on the whole child, the social, emotional, mental, physical, and cognitive development of each student, regardless of gender, race, ethnicity, socio-economic status, or geographic location. What are the features of education? Education is a bipolar as well as tripolar process. Education is a child-centered process. Education is a deliberate as well as internal process. Education is a psychological, sociological, lifelong process. The rise of virtual learning. The advent technology has revolutionized education, making it more accessible. Virtual learning platform allows students to engage in interactive learning experiences from anywhere, breaking the geographical barriers that once limited education. Virtual platforms offer flexibility and customization in learning. Students can learn at their own pace, and educators can tailor content to meet diverse learning needs, fostering a more exclusive educational environment. Enhanced engagement tools. This is very important. Utilizing interactive tools such as quizzes, polls, and discussion forums enhances students' engagements. These features promote active participation, allowing learning to connect with the material and each other more effectively. Please mute yourself. Yes. Please mute yourself. Thank you. Despite its advantages, virtual education faces significant challenges such as digital divide, lack of personal interaction, and potential distractions at home. Addressing these issues is crucial for maximizing the effectiveness of virtual platforms. The digital divide remains a critical challenge, as not all students have equal access to technology and the internet. Sometimes students can't bear the bill of internet and they can't recharge their mobile. This disparity can hinder the learning process and exacerbate existing inequalities in education. Quality of content. Ensuring the quality of educational content on virtual platforms is essential. Institutions must prioritize the development of rigorous and relevant material that meet educational standards and cater to diverse learning styles. Teacher training needs. Yes, very important point. Educators required adequate training to effectively utilize virtual platforms. Investing in professional developments ensures that teachers can leverage technology to enhance learning outcomes and maintain student engagement. Establishing robust support system is vital for student success in virtual learning. This includes academic advising, mental health resources, and technical support to guide students through their educational journey. Future trends in education. The future of education is likely to see hybrid models that combine in-person and virtual learning. These models can offer the best of both worlds, allowing for personalized education while maintaining community engagement. And in conclusion, leveraging virtual platforms in education presents both opportunities and challenges. By addressing the barriers and investing in quality content and training, we can enhance the overall quality of education and ensure equitable access for all learners. Thank you. Thank you so much for listening me patiently. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you once again, Dr. Shalja, for your kind presentations and your kind patience. You have waited a lot. Thank you once again. From audience, if you have any questions, you can do it. Otherwise, we have our next speakers. If you have any question, you can do it. Do you have any question from Dr. Shilja? Now, we would like to invite the next speaker, Dr. S. Ken Muzi, is here.
Hello, greetings,
Doctor.
sir.
Yeah.
Am I
You're
audible, sir?
audible. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
You may start your presentation. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity, first of all, and a warm greetings to one and all present here in this forum. And I'm very much pleased to talk about quality education of SDG 4. I'll start with the goal statement of quality education, which ensures inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all, with the objective of ensuring all individuals have access to high quality education without any discrimination, and by promoting continuous learning opportunities from early childhood through adulthood. So with this, I would like to ponder some points on embracing diversity and enhancing learning, which is the power of inclusive pedagogy. And the topic of today is also inclusive pedagogy. And the main theme here I'm going to talk now is how to create a supportive and inclusive learning environment. By embracing diversity and enhancing learning through inclusive pedagogy is a powerful approach to education which recognizes and values the varied backgrounds, perspectives, and needs of all kinds of students. Let me explain how to create a supportive and inclusive learning environment. So, by understanding inclusive pedagogy, we can design teaching methods and learning experiences that accommodate diverse learners, ensuring that every student has equal opportunities to succeed, which focuses on, first of all, to recognize diversity, which means understanding and valuing the differences among students, including cultural difference, linguistic difference, socioeconomic difference, as well as learning differences. And number two, how we can do this is by focusing on differentiated instruction. Instead of a common set of instruction, we can follow differentiated instruction, which can be done through adapting teaching strategies to meet the varied needs of students, such as offering different types of content delivery, activity, and assignments. So all kinds of students, for example, starting from advanced learners till slow learners will be able to cope up with these studies. And by focusing on cultural competence, by being aware of and sensitive to cultural differences and incorporating these insights, what we learned into teaching practices, we can ensure. So, by creating a supportive and inclusive learning environment, we can foster a supportive and inclusive learning environment with a few set of strategies, which I'm going to discuss now. Number one is to foster an inclusive atmosphere. So how this can be done is by building a respectful community. For example, by promoting a classroom culture where all students feel respected as well as valued, and encouraging open dialogue about diversity as well as inclusion. So for example, building a respectful community can be done through an activity like starting a class with a cultural share, where each and every student is given an opportunity to share different aspects of their culture, tradition, or personal experiences. So this can be in the form of a short presentation or a show and tell method or a written reflection, with which we'll be able to identify and help students learn about and appreciate each other's backgrounds, fostering a sense of respect and belongings. And number two, by celebrating diversity, how we can do this? By incorporating diverse perspectives into the curriculum and celebrating various cultures, traditions, and backgrounds. For example, we can design a unit on global traditions and holidays, include the customs, include a variety of cultural celebrations, and invite students from different backgrounds to share their personal experiences or family traditions, which can broaden students' understanding of different cultures and promotes inclusivity in their education. So, creating an inclusive learning environment can also be done through adapting teaching practices like flexible instruction methods.